Hey, Marcus. How are you?
Hey man, I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. Thanks for being on the podcast.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure.
So you're based in were you in California or
Yeah, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area,
yeah,
about an hour south of San Francisco. Yeah.
nice. Have you been there for long?
Yeah, I grew up here in a town called San Jose, and I've never really moved too far. I went to school here, and now I live kind of about halfway between San Jose and San Francisco.
Cool. Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
well I'll come back to that in a moment, but I just wanted to start this with the most important question that I had because
Sure.
I went to your website, read your bio that you have there, and my question is, which Warhammer 40k faction do you currently play, or sort of what's the army or the faction you're? I presume you probably have several, but if you had to, pick one that you're either playing now or what's been your sort of favorite all time.
That's a good question. So I should preface by saying that I don't actually play Warhammer. I just love building them and painting them. But I do have my favorites. I think I probably got to go with Chaos Space Marines. That's just kind of was my first. But a close second might be the Skitarii, which is kind of these hooded. I don't know if you've seen them. They're kind of the steampunk sort of guys, but
Yeah, yeah.
very cool character design. So, do you
Which
play as well?
I don't. I don't even collect or build or paint. But I've
Sure.
I've been into getting into the lore of it quite heavily for the past maybe couple of years. I have a few friends
Okay.
who actually play quite frequently, I would say, and they were trying to get me into it, and I was like, no way, I don't have enough time at all. But
Yeah.
it seems cool. I've actually always liked the look of it. I remember these same guys like years back, they would say like, yeah, 40k, it doesn't really speak to me that much. And I was like, I think 40k looks really cool. I just knew nothing about it. But when they asked me to join and play, I was like, well, I don't have any time because I know it's like a black hole where you just, spiral
Yeah.
into and never get out of. But it did get me into the lore, which I think is super cool. Really, really, probably the strongest part of it for me. But I'm sort of that way in general. I like to absorb as much of the lore as I can from any sci-fi or fantasy thing,
Sure.
and to me that's like the coolest thing to kind of spend time in those worlds and learn about them because it's a really unique setting, especially everything revolving around the Emperor of Mankind and all the weirdness that goes into that. So
I don't know very much about the lore, so you have to teach me about it sometime. But I did see there's this Amazon Prime show called, I think, Secret Level. It's like the people that made Love, Death, and Robots, and it's basically little vignettes based off different games. And one
yeah,
of them was Warhammer, and that one was awesome. So that definitely piqued my interest. I don't know if you've seen it, but
yeah,
it's
I
definitely
I
worth.
have. It's
Okay.
fantastic. Have you seen the
Yeah.
original Astartes movie, the fan made?
No, no,
Okay, so that's like
no. I didn't
that's
know there
like
was one.
the fan made video, like made by pretty much one guy, and he made it just
Okay.
by himself. To my understanding, he did everything, like all the obviously the script and designing the what's going to happen in the video. But I think he also did the sound design and the music. And I might be wrong about that, but that's what I remember. But that's like a legendary status video in the 40k community, and I think that's kind of what sparked a lot of like the new wave of the cinematic videos that they're working on. including this one, the secret level thing. I think he was actually involved in that. But you should
Okay.
definitely check it out. It's an amazing piece of cinematography. Even if you're not into 40K, it's beautifully done. Like all the tension, all the non-verbal communication that it has. It's a beautiful thing. I don't want to spoil it for you, so I'm not going to say
Sure.
anything more than that. But yeah, it's a beautiful one.
Okay.
So Chaos Space Marines. Do you have like which god of chaos? Do you have like a specific?
I have, honestly, I don't know. I just have a lot of them. And I always kind of get the same, I don't even know what they're, just sort of like a faction box, right?
Yeah,
And it was just kind of um, the gritty color scheme mixed with the kind of like animalistic elements, like they have the horns and all this kind of stuff. And it's just my favorite favorite aesthetic of them.
yeah,
Um, I did get I want to say berserkers, which are kind of the kind of more red ones, but honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you too much about the lore of which,
yeah,
like where that falls.
yeah.
But yeah.
So do you enjoy the painting portion of it as well?
Yeah, it's
That
it's the construction, the painting. I mean, like the poses, and just kind of the articulation was. And I was really young when I got into this. I just remember my friend got me a few as a gift, and I'd never played 40K. I think I made some like skeletons from the original Warhammer way back when I was a little kid. My dad actually got me into that. But the articulation of just the different poses and things was like next level by the time it was 40K. And so I love just making really goofy, derpy poses and getting into the painting and all that. So
yeah, because I don't know much about it, but to my understanding, you can. It's not that the figurines are sort of fixed, but you can actually adjust their positions and how.
yeah,
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 yeah.
exactly.
Is
It's
it?
basically like ball joints,
Yeah,
so you can kind of, rotate and angle them however you want.
yeah. Cool. Is that like? I know a lot of people get sort of different things from the painting. I think probably the most common thing is the kind of this meditative or calming aspect of painting them. Is that like what do you personally get out of it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's very it is very calming for me. I love just kind of putting on some music or a podcast or something and kind of just disappearing in that world for a little bit. There's something about like how small they are that you do need this kind of deep focus, but then there's this kind of like peripheral layer of attention that you can give to, listening to music and things. And, you know, as composers, we don't really get to listen to a lot of music when we're working. So, it's nice to have something to like an avenue, I guess, to sort of just digest new stuff. So that's really what Warhammer was for me. Um,
Is there any sort
the
of creative? Do you feel like compared to music? Do you feel like a creative expression side in there, or is it just sort of secondary that you know how you're going to paint it and that's that?
um, I hadn't thought about that before. There's definitely a create. I mean, it's literally painting, but I don't know that I ever got good enough where I felt like I was able to really push the creativity side of things. I still enjoy it, but it was like it's not really my forte. Um, I would say maybe with regard to like color theory and just I would watch a lot of YouTube videos and things on like how to blend different colors and create good what's the word, kind of like foreground background, like with highlights and what kind of colors work well with each other. I did enjoy learning about that. Um, but for the most part, it was the ritual of doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really
So,
interesting how the most common thing that I hear is the kind of the calming meditative, losing yourself in it. Whereas I'm not very good at kind of visual arts, painting or drawing or anything like that. So maybe that's a part of it. But I actually haven't ever painted any of the figurines or whatever you call them. But so I can't know for sure. But I think I would probably lose my mind working on them, because I am like a perfectionist and
Yeah.
probably like a recovering perfectionist, I would say. And then I'm not confident I would ever feel like it was good enough. And then if I'm not very good at painting, then I would just, lose my sanity in there. I don't know. Hopefully
Yeah.
hopefully I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like my kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I definitely felt that too, where it's like, and I do this with music, to be fair as well, is like, you see something or you hear something that inspires you to do the thing, right? So I would see these professionally painted miniatures is what they're called, and like I would say, okay, I want to do that, right? So I would learn step by step, kind of how to get there, and after doing it for several times and kind of, you know, like just incrementally getting better at it, you start to see that kind of valley of despair of like, oh my gosh, I still have this long to go. There's a huge gap right between me and where I want to get, and it's that I'm forgetting the name of the like effect where it's like you're basically really confident at the beginning when your skill level is low, and then you get to this point where you realize how little you know, and then it kind of you work your way up and it kind of evens out to sort of like a, I don't know, 80% of the confidence you had when you started, but never quite 100. And I think I got stuck somewhere on the the slope back up. And that part did kind of drive me crazy, where I was just like, man, I have to just kind of accept that unless I'm going to dump a lot of time into this thing, this is where I'm at.
Yeah.
And it's not like music where I've kind of devoted my life to it. This was just a hobby. So it was kind of like, there's an acceptance that comes with that. But I still enjoyed it, just doing the activity in and of itself.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's kind of like, it's actually interesting too, because in a way you're sort of practicing the skill of being a beginner, and I guess the skill of getting into something in a way. Because when I'm thinking about taking on a new endeavor like that, which makes me think that I'm probably a bit of a coward in that sense, because I'm like, oh, it feels so daunting. I'm like, I don't want to, like, I don't feel like I'm good enough. I don't feel like I'm where I want to be with music either. So it's like, am I going to take on this new thing that I suck at, and then I really suck at it, and then because I would sort of rather just try and get better at music. So, but I'm guessing a part of me would be sort of avoiding facing that feeling again. And on the other side, I'm thinking that's probably a pretty good way to practice the confrontation of facing that, being a beginner and sucking at something. I do feel like I need to confront it even with music these days still, but but I don't know, maybe that's actually it's good to have something like that in your life that is at a sort of a hobby level where you can face and confront the newbie side of you, and maybe that would, I don't know, maybe that would bolster my ability to confront growth in music as well, where I'm hopefully a bit better.
Yeah, no, you have a good point. I mean, I would imagine, like with anything new that's daunting to start, there's like a muscle to be flexed, with just starting, right? And feeling the discomfort of just not being good at it. I'm sure that you've done it with music already, and like with new things, it's kind of I I guess I think of it as like a lower risk way to flex that muscle, right? Because it's like nothing is depending on my ability to paint Warhammer models, right? Other than my, I guess my own frustrations with the, pursuing the hobby. But, if I decide to drop it, I'm not, there's no risk, right? So, yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that as like a way of maybe transferring that kind of confidence to the primary thing for me, which is audio.
And what you said is actually a great point, that it's a low risk endeavor, like a low risk version of practicing that skill. Because if you're working on an actual project, it has weight, it has there are outcomes that matter. So that's not exactly a place where you can always test or try out certain things. Not that you can't be innovative or curious or explorative when you're working a serious project. Of course, you should be to an extent, but that's a good point to have an outlet where you can, suck and try things and do new things other than the, main thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, do you have anything like that where you kind of felt that same resistance, or maybe the fear of not being good at it, but you kind of just pushed ahead with it anyway? Or
probably the biggest one was the gym, working out. That's, I mean, the gym has taught me so much, but right now I'm just, as an asterisk, I'm not in the shape that I was, because a couple of years back I had some major health issues. I had a heart attack and a bunch of weird stuff. But basically, it's I've had probably about almost 10 years now of weird medical things. But before things really sort of took a turn, I don't know if that's a turn, but going downwards, I was in pretty good shape, at least in terms of strength and size. So I'm considerably smaller now than I am then. But getting to that point, definitely, because I was a super skinny, can't say kid, but young adult. So and that wasn't who I felt I was inside. I didn't feel like that physical form matched what I sort of felt was my form in truth. And then I started going to the gym, and that you're super weak. You're weak and small and scrawny, and it's not great. But slowly you begin to fall in love with it. You begin to see the results of it. And I think that's a great outlet for people to practice this exact skill of facing the fact that you suck, or that you're not strong or big, or whatever else it is that you want to be, because everybody benefits from it in terms of the health outcomes. Getting stronger is really good for your nervous system and for your brain. It actually helps you be functional, far into your life. And if you don't do that, then you're probably gonna, degrade quicker. And also, muscle is good to have on your body, because it's a kind of buffer against things like blood sugar, which we know, if that is sort of all over the place, that can lead into things like artery damage, for example, and other blood circulation issues. So, but anyway, it's a good thing for everybody to be in better physical health. So you get kind of two birds with one stone, because you can go to the gym, which can be really difficult. Like, if you don't like the way you are, obviously it's not great to go in front of other people and suck at lifting weights and Obviously you'll see some people there who look fantastic, and you're like, well, that's so far from where I am, and I want to probably look a bit more like that. So you can practice confronting the uncomfortableness of not being where you want to be, but also actually build better health there as well. So I would say that's probably for me the biggest one, for sure.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry to hear about the health things, but I think that's kind of an awesome success story, right? That you kept going, right? And there's the thing I was going to mention, which you did touch upon, is like when you're at the gym, it's like that comparison between that I mentioned earlier with Warhammer, that's like staring you in the face, right? You're literally in the same room as other people, and so it's tough not to. I want to say that a lot of people who are anxious about working out in the first place, that is probably like one of the biggest initial hurdles, is just the fact that you're so visible, and there are other people there who are, doing their thing, and, depending on the gym, like, yelling and dropping their weights and all that kind of stuff. So I can see how that would definitely be a daunting thing. But good on you for sticking with it, through health and sickness and all that.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, because I think if you can, I don't know what's wrong with my camera getting out of focus. There we go. If you can, like, to me, I know this sounds sort of pretentious to a lot of people, but of course, many people go to the gym, especially guys, to get bigger and stronger. And, you go there for aesthetic reasons, or vain reasons, if you will, and women also. But if you stick with it long enough, eventually coming out the other end, you're going to realize, like, holy shit, I learned so much more beyond the physical. And this is a big part of that, because if you can go among other people who are far better at something than you, and this is especially beneficial if you do it in the physical domain, because our bodies are very personal. It's a sensitive topic, and everybody can, see you. And if they judge you, they're kind of judging a very big part of you. Because if I judge your ideas, there's still a degree of separation there, because you're not necessarily completely your ideas, hopefully at least. But there's no escape. If you look at my body and you say, "Hey, Markus, you look like shit," that's kind of like that. I can't really go anywhere from there. But yeah, if you can go to a place where people look at you and make judgments about you, and they look better than you, and you can still be there among those people and work towards your goals, then you can probably take that skill and apply it anywhere else in life. Because it's like a very heightened, extreme version of practicing that skill. And for me, that's, again, why am I so blurry? This is pretty annoying. If you can do it at the gym, I think you can probably apply that same thing pretty much anywhere. And that's one of the biggest skills that I've learned at the gym. Not focusing on other people, but focusing on yourself. And even when it's uncomfortable and difficult, still focus on what needs to get done. And also, it's about teaching yourself to focus on the right values. Because if you focus more on a superficial person's judgment on you instead of what you're actually trying to do, which is probably to be more the way that you want to be, but also, improve your health, etc., then you're training yourself to focus on the right things. And that's like a superpower if you can do that in anything in life.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Yeah, it's funny. When you say, like, if somebody was to judge your physical appearance, your body, right, and the fact that you can't escape from that, like, I definitely feel that. And at the same time, sometimes the fear of judgment about like my music feels equally equally painful, like in a different way, because it is a I mean, at the end of the day, I think the takeaway is the same, right? It's about kind of what's the reason that you're doing the thing, whether it's working out or writing music. If it's, if the value is to improve yourself. But there definitely have been times where it feels like the music is like almost a direct extension of myself, right? Where it is very vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is. I think it's to me, it's
Yeah.
an inescapable fact that it's,
Yeah.
of course, one can write music sort of in a very mechanical way. Let's say if you're more like, when I say media composer, I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I just mean like you simply sort of compose more like mechanically audio material for a medium. Not to say you can't be creative and an artist if you are a media composer, but my point is, I guess it's entirely possible to write music that is not personal and just to sort of write in in the form of something, trying to replicate or do something non-personal. But
Right.
if you are an artist and if you are writing music from a natural desire and urge to get it out of you, then I don't think there's an escape from the fact that it is you. It's like an auditory version of you, in a sense. It's one expression of it because, of course, you can write music in a number of ways. But if it is, coming from the heart, coming from the soul, or whatever you would want to call it, then that is you. And it is very
Right.
personal.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's also that's a really tough one to get over as well. But I think it's sort of it has to be necessary for an artist or a composer because, like you said, you have to focus on the why you're doing it, and a big why is there's a vision, there's an urge to build this sonic thing and put it out there, and that in itself is worthwhile. And if you're doing it only because of what people say once they hear it, may it be positive or negative, then you're bound to quit, because no matter how good you are, you can be the best composer in the world, even if we could even in theory define that somehow. You can be the best in the world, and there's always going to be someone who hates what you do, no matter how good you are at it. So if you always base it on what other people are saying, then you're going to quit at some point, because there's always people who don't like what you do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I mean, there's it's impossible to please everybody, I think. I think it's, maybe like a mix of both at all times, but at the core of it, right, you have to the why kind of has to come from yourself, right? Like the driving force, I guess, behind what what wakes you up every morning, to get up and do this thing. But yeah, like I think before I was doing music for games, that was extremely important for me to figure out, because I kind of just did music in a vacuum, and sometimes I didn't even release it. And so there were times where I was like, okay, I need to be okay with the fact that I just made this thing, spent X amount of hours doing it, and I'm not even really showing it to anybody. Now doing it, I guess we'll call commercial art in a sense, right? Like music that's really meant to be shared and heard by other people through the medium of games or film or whatever. I would say that I start to take that stuff into account more and more, but it's always kind of like in addition to the primary driver, right?
Yeah, and I
I'm not
think
sure if that's true for you, but
yeah. I mean, it's sort of I'm. I guess the way I sort of think about it is that I want this music to. I don't want it to be. I mean, obviously, I would love it to be popular and liked for sure.
Mhm.
But talking about creating, because you are, when you create music for a video game, you are a part of the full piece of art. Like the video
Mhm.
game is the piece of art, and the music is a part of it. It's a big part of it. But the question is, am I effectively fulfilling my part in this piece of art? And this is kind of like, to me, whether if I'm successful at doing that, then I'll probably also, not necessarily, but most likely you'll also see or hear, you'll be how should I put this? It's kind of the same thing for the music to be good as it is for it to fulfill its purpose in the video game. Does this make any sense? Am I extremely poorly explaining this?
Yeah, no, it does. I, like, well, okay. So correct me if I'm
Maybe you
not
can
hearing
put
this
it
right, but
in a
like,
far nicer way than I can.
no. I just, I mean, my interpretation of it is like you want to be content with the music in and of itself, like for yourself, right? But at the same time, it has a function, right? Like, for the game, for the kind of larger whole of whatever the project is, right? And I
Yeah,
think it's like double duty, right? Like it needs to be, in order for it to be a good track or whatever qualifier you want to use, like to the person that made it, it has to kind of check both of those boxes. Is sort of how I'm
yeah,
hearing that, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
there's a role it has to play, but at the same time, if it's not fulfilling for you to create it, that's also not necessarily a successful piece of music, right?
yeah.
And that's a hard balance to strike sometimes.
Yeah, definitely, because there is the function that you're trying to fulfill, but the function is also, again, you can sort of mechanically, functionally fulfill the purpose of a music in a video game, but it's never going to be a soundtrack that anybody speaks about. Not that they have to, but my point is, it won't reach a level of artistry really, because it's
Yeah.
entirely possible to put together a bunch of sounds for a video game that sort of emotionally ticks the boxes of what the game is supposed to evoke in the player. But then there's a different level of the music sort of, extending into the world and putting its, tentacles all over the place, and actually emotionally extending the video game experience. And that's when, like, it's a really interesting thing to me, because every once in a while you'll hear that, okay, this video game kind of sucked, but wow, the soundtrack was awesome. Uh,
Yeah.
that's rare. You hear it every once in a while, but really, when people go crazy over video game music, it's because it has done both. It's fantastic music on its own, but it pairs with the game so well and fulfills the function of expressing the video game world in a musical way, in the sonic realm. So, and then to me, it seems like people's love for that music just like exponentially multiplies. It's no longer
Hmm.
just great music, but it's this music that connects to this video game that I love so much, and then they'll just be fans for life, basically. Seems like that to me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%. I mean, that's why I got into composing, was when I realized that, um, like for me, it was the Studio Ghibli stuff, right? So, and I guess early Final Fantasy games where I would, I realized that I would listen to the music outside of watching the film or playing the game because I liked it enough to do that. But every time I did, it was way better because I could associate it to my love of the medium that I first heard it in, right? And so it's like when it's like firing on all cylinders, right? It just makes everything better. That's true of the visuals for me, and good writing and all the other disciplines as well. But yeah, there's like a certain magic, right? When everything clicks in place. And I think that was when I realized that was like, okay, well, maybe that's like a path to pursue, or a goal to pursue, beyond just making music, for music's sake, which is kind of where I started. Like, I was like a band guy, so like playing, shows and stuff like that, which is great too for other reasons. But I think it's the kind of the marriage of the whole thing, and all of its parts that drew me to pursue this as a career in the first place.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's I now that I sort of think back at writing music overall, I've always had something playing in my head, like it could be like a movie scene or something, but it's always visual for me. So even if I haven't been writing for a short film or a video game or something like that, there's always a scene or a sequence or a collection of those going on in my head. So in a way, it's like I've always been writing for a video game or a movie or a series, but I just didn't have the video game or the movie or the series.
Sure.
So it's a lot nicer to actually have that, and of course collaborate with other fantastic creative people, and then pair your vision with theirs and try and serve that. And it's a lot nicer to have that visual or interactive part with the music, if that's always kind of how you envision it. I don't know if is that something you also find to be true in hindsight?
I have to think about that for a bit, but I will say that I listened to some of your music that was like just your solo stuff, and it's very evocative. Like, I remember thinking like, oh, okay, I thought it was a soundtrack first. So I guess to your point, it's like there was some kind of imagery to, I think it was called Andromeda, or like one of the sort of like first albums that you did, that I realized later was just like you'd released it,
Yeah.
Just as an album, right? But like it just had a lot of I don't know, like a lot of evocative imagery almost, right? Where I could see kind of being in deep space or something in a movie or a game. I would say for my instrumental stuff, that can be true. And other times I think, because I used to write songs and things with lyrics, I would almost kind of let the lyrics try and carry some of that burden, and the music was just like, it's whatever, like whatever sounds cool. It's tough. It's tough when you don't have words, though, to paint a picture, right, or to tell a story, which is part of the challenge, and I guess part of the joy of doing what we do. But I'm trying to remember in hindsight if that was always true for me, that I had something in my head, when I wrote.
Yeah. No, that's something I do. Like when I listen to, for example, the Monster Train 2 soundtrack, which is, by the way, really badass music. Everybody should go listen to that. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of insane skill in. By the way, do you play the guitars yourself, or?
Some of them I played myself. The vast majority of them I brought on a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Who was actually a former bandmate of mine to play track the guitars.
Yeah. Do you write the parts completely, or do you give him some freedom to like explore and test stuff?
I think for two of the songs, he was like a co-writer, so I let him. I said just go crazy, right? Here's the theme. For the rest of them, I had written them in MIDI, and not very well, I might add. I had some true like octopus parts where it was like 8 or 9 notes in the chord voicing. He's like, yeah, I can't do this. But
yeah, I would have wanted to see his face when you pressed play, and then he's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, we there's an issue."
Thanks to modern technology, right? We tracked like sometimes 2 or 3 parts and then just stacked them to create these really thick chords. But anyway, to answer your question though, yeah, I brought on somebody to help with the guitars.
Yeah, and my point was not that it's only the guitars, but there's like that is music that I just enjoy at it's very fulfilling at just like a musical level as well. Because to me, there are many different aspects to music. One is, of course, the emotional. One is the intellectual. And I will say, like, your music is very creatively, intellectually stimulating to me. Like, and there's a lot of like fun in there as well. Like the way you harmonize and also the small sort of arrangement and part things that you put in there are super fun to me as well. So
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that you just also write music for this just for the sake of music, even without like a visual cinematic idea.
Yeah, no, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, Monster Train 2 is the one where I got to let my inner band kid out. Not a lot of games where that's the direction, but it was like every track started with like a drum, bass, MIDI guitar template kind of thing as a starting point, which felt very natural to me. And I'm a drummer first before anything else.
Okay.
And I know that you are too. So it's like, when you think about the drums, it's kind of like, even when I'm writing like orchestral stuff, I still think like a drummer sometimes. It's like, okay, where's my kick and where's my snare? Like, what's the pulse and how do you interpret this section? It's hard to break from that, I think.
Do you have to?
But
I think it probably makes you a better composer and better arranger.
Yeah,
I mean, this is something I'd actually love to hear your thoughts on this, because like in my experience, and again, I'm not trying to, build barriers between people or different instrumentalists or musicians, or trying to say this is the best way of doing it. Simply my experience in terms of looking at other writers or composers who sort of transitioned into this modern realm of being on a computer and doing absolutely everything in terms of doing a bunch of different instruments within the computer realm. My experience has been that drummers usually tend to have there's something about understanding drums and percussion that translates better to the kind of the arrangement and production realm of working with, I would say, not necessarily just an orchestra, but going into the world of composition and using a bunch of different instruments. I feel like drummers have an easier time to transition into that world, that they have this sort of better idea of how they can break down the orchestra or the soundscape or the instruments into sort of different sections. And one theory has been that it comes from this, because drums are sort of innately modular. Yeah, because you have your cymbals, you have your different cymbals that sit in different places, you have your mids that are different, you have your snares, your toms, your kick, etc. And again, none of this is to say that a guitarist or a pianist can't do this or be fantastic at it. That's not my point. But as I am a drummer, and as a lot of these other people that I know are drummers as well, and you're a drummer, so I would love to hear your thoughts on maybe if that's a valid observation that you've made, that drummers maybe have an easier time transitioning into the world of composition or production, certainly, and maybe even arrangement in that realm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that before with regard to arrangement. I definitely think and I want to caveat this by saying that like I don't necessarily feel like my ability to write for orchestra is that strong to begin with, because
Sure, and
there's a
and
lot of
also my point
you know.
isn't to say that I'm amazing at any of this either, but yeah, please
Sure,
go
yeah.
on.
I mean, it's like with anything else. It's like your knowledge of and I've heard on some of your other episodes this talked about too, is like you're writing parts for instruments that you don't play is just innately difficult, or more difficult than if you did play the parts, right? Like if you were to write a drum set part or a guitar part, or whatever instrument you actually can play, you understand the limitations, you understand kind of little tendencies and nuances. Um, as far as how drums translate to other instruments outside of drums, I think the advantage for me for sure has presented itself in the form of like pulse, right? Like every instrument has a rhythm and a pulse. And so I think that lends itself well to games, because a lot of that functional aspect we were talking about is about energy, right? It's like, is this a high action, like what's going on in the game, right? Is there action? Is this a kind of a quiet space? Is it a boss track? And I think understanding how how to write parts in a way that conveys the correct amount of energy is definitely beneficial across the board, or it has been for me anyway. So it's like the strings, for example, like you're playing high velocity spiccato notes, and you can kind of think of kind of like um, a certain pattern, like like that kind of thing, right? That you hear a lot in combat tracks. Those things do come naturally for me, because of my drum background. Harmonically, and production wise, maybe. I hadn't actually thought about that. Like the production has always been the thing that came secondary to me, honestly. I'm working at especially with Monster Train 2 to improve the production and the mixing side of things, and understanding like like you said, with thinking about the toms and where in the mid range they eat up frequencies and stuff like that. But I'm not sure it was so deep for me initially, because I just like would say, hey, does this sound cool? And does it groove, and those kinds of questions. But I will say that like having a good sense of rhythm is definitely universally valuable, I think, no matter what you play.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that, like you said, rhythm is in everything in life, let alone in music, of course. But it's if you can sort of lock down that at a high level, that's a really big perk and benefit. Because at least for me, I've found that getting that in a good place is far more difficult than getting harmony or even melody in a good place. That's a pretty rough generalization, but because it's not very common for, at least for me, to bump into somebody who, let's say, comes from guitar or a piano background, and then you hear them do like extremely high level percussion arrangements or parts. It's entirely possible, again, but you do notice a pattern of like, it's probably pretty difficult. But again, people come in all shapes and sizes and levels, and but yeah.
Sure.
Go on if you have something you want to add to that.
Well, I was just gonna say, thinking, I remember listening to your music and thinking like, wow, there's actually a lot of space. Like you're like a lot of your music has this sort of vibey soundscape to it, where if I was playing it live and I was the drummer, I would be freaking out, because it's like a lot of a lot of space, right? And I think that's actually like it's really cool to know that you're a drummer and that you can write music like that, because a lot of the I guess I don't know what you want to call it, rests or just kind of space in between notes. Sorry, I've got some background noise outside.
No worries,
Hopefully it's
no
not too
worries. That's the
bad.
sounds like a classic American garbage truck.
Yep.
The one you hear in movies.
You got it. Yeah.
The same
Right.
sound effect.
But yeah. So sorry, what was I saying? So basically, like, a lot of the music that I tend to write is like very tight.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. The space, right? And I think it's really cool to know that you think about rhythm in that way, but you're also comfortable with these long, kind of extended, very like evolving, morphing kind of textural aspects too. Because, and personally, that's something that I actually struggle with, is just like big empty spaces and filling it in a way that isn't just like slaughtering the vibe,
Yeah.
is difficult for me. But I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, because I feel like, of course, I don't know specifically what tracks you're referring to, but I think like for me, it has been a big issue of over producing things and overwriting things, and there's just like too much clutter in there, which not only can be disturbing in a sort of musical sense, but also certainly from a mixing perspective is troublesome. And the mixing thing, which I still don't feel like I'm anywhere near where I want to be with that, but that has taught me a lot about composition and arrangement as well, because I'm like, okay, I still need to pull back. Like, and even now I feel like I probably, of course, this again depends on what kind of music we're talking about that I'm working on, but a lot of the time it's like, what can I take away? Because one of the things about, if you have a great sound in your piece of music, that sound probably needs space to express itself and be heard. And every sound changes when you pair it with another sound. So you're sort of always, like, music to me, composition, arrangement, mixing, production, it's like an ever evolving puzzle that you're trying to sort of shift into place. And it's difficult to have, like, you can't just have a piece that has a bunch of really great sounds on their own, but they need to sit with one another somehow. So I guess, to my point, I'm always thinking, what can I get rid of? What can I remove so I can give space to this thing that matters the most? And I don't probably still overall think I have enough space in my tracks. Of course, contextual to the piece of music that we're talking about, but that's I'm glad if that somehow shows with my current work or even past work. But yeah, because I definitely came from the background of, I must put everything, all the best ideas, everything into this one track, and then you're just cramming the world's densest drum parts and guitars and pianos and synths, and then you're like, it's just a big wall of sound, not in a good way. There's a good wall of sound, but not what I was doing. Yeah. So I was like, okay, we need to take this shit out of here and make space.
For sure. Yeah, that's a hard lesson to learn. I mean, I wouldn't even say that I'm quite there yet either, because there is always this temptation to cram things in, and once you've done it, it's really hard to pull back and let things go that you've written, right? Because you wrote them in there. Goes back to what we were saying earlier of, like, it is kind of personal. You get attached to your parts. But
how do you actually solve for that issue? Because I know probably the most common one is that composers, they like to build. Then they sort of reach this point where they're like, okay, I have nothing more to add to this. And then they start to reduce and take stuff out and kind of figure out what is the thing that matters the most. So how do you, but based on what you said, it doesn't sound like that's what you do. I don't know if it is, but how do you solve that issue of giving space or putting stuff in there?
I think so. There are definitely still lots of times where I just fill things to the brim and I get stuck on the mixing phase. Somebody had told me fairly recently that it's kind of like a budget. The sound, the sonic space. You're across the spectrum horizontally as well as vertically with amplitude. Is there are walls that you have to be wary of, and so sometimes it's like if I over arrange and I create too many parts, it's just a matter of like nuking the parts down to like almost next to nothing, thinking about what's the most important thing here. And I always get caught in the trap of like, well, no, they're all important. So I'm, it's like, it becomes this juggling act. But more and more recently, I'm trying to do it the way that you had mentioned earlier, which is just kind of thinking about arrangement from the beginning, right? And like a good mix comes from a good arrangement. I've heard that many times as well too. It's just that comes from being very intentional about what kind of instruments you group together. Like, are they residing in the same spot, or like their most pleasing frequencies stepping on each other? Those types of things. And I think after a while, like I'm definitely not the best person to ask in terms of like how to intentionally and intelligently arrive there. A lot of it has just been trial and error. This song sounded okay, so like let me just pick apart why that sounded good, And over time, what I found is that like I end up kind of thinking about clusters of instruments, like, oh, I just gravitate towards doing this particular synth patch with this particular tone that I've dialed in on my guitars because they just work well together. I don't know if that's true for you because I know you do a lot of synth work and things, and synths are kind of newer to me, but that's kind of where I'm at with it right now. Is like I just get these combos of things that I tend to reach for a lot when I'm writing something new, because I know that it works,
Yeah. Well, it's definitely useful to have the like some kind of sounds like it's like a reference point. Like, okay, this works. So if I start from here, I can, go and test things and explore and expand. And I know where I am, because that's one of the big issues of making great sounding music, because you can have this internal picture of something that, oh, this is the shit, this works great. And then you listen to a reference that might somehow be relevant to what you're doing, and then you're like, oh crap, like we're nowhere near close. That's not a sentence. What am I trying to say?
I got what you mean.
Yeah. We're nowhere close, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're doing a bit of that, like that same thing of like building and then erasing. But of course, because that's something I still very much do, but I also see the very strong argument that it's effectively like maybe a lack of skill type of a thing, or it's certainly like a waste of time, because if you could do it internally already in your head before having to build all of this stuff, then you could just get straight into it and skip it, which is certainly what I try and do. I'm trying to be super, what's the word? Very like brutally strict about what I allow to get onto the hard drive. Like parts that are going to be saved, they need to be super solid. I'm trying to be very brutal about that, because I find it to be very easy to create something good, but good is not good enough, at least not for me anymore. I want to try and somehow outdo myself or be close to the peak that I currently can be. So I'm
Hmm.
trying to, because I think the sort of building and erasing stuff, a part of it is, to me, is curiosity. Like I genuinely want to see what I can discover, and then I'll just get rid of stuff. So I don't think it's completely redundant, but if I could skip it, I would, because I would save a lot of time. Um,
Hmm.
and also like a less like a more negative perspective on it would be insecurity. It's like I need to test this and this and this, and you need to look behind every single door and then be like, oh, okay, now I know what's what. And also I recognize that's a bit of like an obsessive part of my personality. Like I need to always look every single inch and corner before I can
Hmm.
be good with it, which I don't, again, I'm not convinced that's necessary. And again, I'm not trying to shit on anybody's compositional process. Everybody is free to do whatever they want to do. But again, it's a cost benefit analysis for me. It's like, do I want to write this thing for 10 days versus 3? Like that's completely up to you how you want to spend your time and effort. But
Hmm. Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point. I mean, one of the uh, one of the things about having this as a profession is that you have to always be sort of considering both sides, right? The practicality and sort of the curiosity. And like, like strictly from a creative point of view, I would say that it's that discovery, the opening up every single door, um, just trying something new. Um, like all the stuff I'd mentioned earlier, oh, I reach for the same instruments and kind of, sorry for the background noise again.
no worries.
Like templatizing your work um, takes the curiosity out of it, right? It's like you're doing this to save time, uh, and maybe some of your tracks are kind of pre-mixed a little bit because you know that chain worked well in a different track, and so you basically it's purely a practical move if you do that, because you kind of almost rob yourself of the ability to discover a different way of getting to a track that you're happy with. And I go back and forth on this all the time of like, do I want to be curious today and indulge the process, or am I just trying to get to the destination, right? And it's like, oh well, this track is due tomorrow, so destination it is, like sometimes it's like that.
Yeah.
But you're right that it is a conscious decision, right? Where it's like, well, I'm going to open up this sample library I've never used, and I don't know how to mix it, and I don't know how well it will play with everything else. Like you said, it's an evolving, everything you add contextualizes everything that's there and everything that will come. And sometimes that's exactly what I'm in the mood for, is like just a little bit of discovery, knowing full well that I might have to, ditch an idea or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's actually refreshing to hear that sometimes that's what you want too, is that you just want to check every door. You want to get lost in the process and take whatever amount of time that takes, to get there. Because I do think like some degree of that is probably necessary to continue to keep growing as an artist. This is like a little bit of a anecdotal tangent, but like maybe a couple of years ago, I started feeling like I was just writing the same thing over and over again. Like I'd sit in front of a piano or I'd pick up the guitar and it's like, okay, I voice my A minor chord exactly the same way every time I play it on guitar. And then, just the chord progressions would be the same. The melodic structure would be the same, to where I was worried that working on a new project and bringing that kind of artistic approach was not going to differentiate that new project enough from the last thing that I wrote. And so I started thinking like, okay, well, maybe I need to like get lost in in the exploration a little bit more, to find something new and kind of add to the the repertoire, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely a balancing act, because if we're not, venturing into the unknown, or testing things, or being creative, or trying things, then we're not really doing our job. But like I said, there oftentimes a lot of these aspects can have a dark driver, like insecurity, or obsessiveness, or fear of failure. So I try and keep an eye on those. I try and differentiate, like, is this really pure curiosity because I think this is what the music needs, and I need to explore this to discover whether this is what the music needs? Or am I just being my obsessive, neurotic self? Or am I
Hmm.
being insecure about what I'm doing here? And sometimes it's just like procrastination as well. So if you can sort of differentiate, be honest with yourself and be like, yeah, oh shit, I am doing it now. So I think that's the most important thing. Um, but yeah, definitely, deadlines are a thing. At least if you're working on a professional thing, or even if you set a deadline for yourself. But deadlines make things more practical, and yeah, it's like you said, it's a balancing act of making sure that you are moving forward, because I think that's a super important part of creativity, that you can't just be uh, treading water. You have to be moving, because creative work gets stale really quickly if you stay in the same place for too long. So you gotta, and also you have to ensure that you actually get it done, because if you never get it done, then, well,
Hmm.
you're not growing, you're not progressing. So you have to balance the momentum forward with being curious and explorative. And yeah, but that's definitely a very tricky balance to get right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, that's a good question. I mean, it's nice to be able to talk about this stuff because I feel like I've thought about it. I haven't put it into words so concretely, but you kind of do have to have these conversations with yourself at the very least, to figure out what the path forward is. Um, but yeah, no, so that's a great question. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
still processing on
No, no worries,
still
no worries.
processing.
I think
I'll be thinking about it for a little while.
yeah, we've been certainly segueing. I want to kind of loop back to kind of your origin story, if you will. So uh, you said you're in the San Francisco area, and that's were you born there?
Yeah, I was born in San Jose, just like maybe an hour and a half south of San Francisco. This is called the Bay Area where I'm at. So there's like a big, um, there's a bay, and then there's basically this kind of peninsula adjacent to it. And at the top of that peninsula is San Francisco. So I was kind of down toward below the bottom of that bay is where I grew up. But yeah, haven't moved too far, like I said.
Yeah, and uh, what did your parents do for a living when? Well, I mean, I
Um,
don't know if they're working now, but when you were young.
Yeah, they were all over. I think my dad, um, before I was born, and this is important, is that he actually majored in music education, so he was a performing guitarist for like weddings and events and things like that. Um, and so we always had instruments around the house, and I think that was actually very fundamental for like why I got into this whole thing. But after I was born, they were doing other stuff like real estate. My mom is a builder; she does construction. Um, but both parents were very supportive of the music. That's for sure. I think we just come from a family of music appreciators and players, of course, with my dad.
And what do you think the instruments lying around the house? What did that sort of do for you? Like, was it sort of that they were just there and you could play with them whenever? And what was the kind of the benefit of that?
Yeah, I think just being around was enough. I mean, I played piano from a young age, like took lessons and things like that. It kind of wasn't for me, but I remember just I understood like why I ended up taking lessons, because I used to just bang on the piano when I was a baby, right? It was a way to just kind of get energy out.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think that's the same reason I got into drums. But having it around means you just think about it, in little ways constantly. And when I wanted to learn guitar, I asked my dad to teach me some chords on guitar. It was right there. I was ready to go. Yeah, I want to say that, half of composing is just listening, so being surrounded by instruments for that long, people playing them, and then also just kind of listening to music in general, I think, which my parents did a lot, was an important part of why I chose to do this.
What kind of music would they listen to at home? What were you forced to
Oh man,
enjoy?
all sorts of stuff. A lot of everything from like the Beatles to kind of like earlier prog stuff, like Yes, and man, like all sorts of stuff. Enya, Sting. We had a lot of different things going on at all times. And I liked it all, honestly. Like it. That's the nice thing about, when you're young, is like you don't really develop opinions immediately anyway. You just kind of like, you just listen to things very, I don't know, very open-mindedly, right? And there are still some things that I realize are like in my brain when I'm composing, that I was like, oh yeah, like this melody kind of popped up from somewhere, and then I trace it back to like something I used to listen to when I was a little kid, so it's all in there, but yeah, a whole bunch of stuff.
And do you have any siblings?
I do, yeah. I have a younger sister. She took piano lessons with me too. She stuck with it a lot longer than I did.
Tends to be the
Now,
case. Girls do sort of stick
oh
to.
really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a generalization, of course, but
Yeah,
statistically, they do stick to things a lot better.
yeah. She's tenacious. I kind of like, I would get bored very easily, and I would just kind of like, I hated practicing and doing drills and things. Like even when I was playing drums, I just wanted to play songs. Um, but yeah, her and I are really close. We listen to a lot of the same stuff now. Like when I started to get into more of like the prog and the rock side of things, she would listen to that stuff with me. So yeah, it's I have a musical family. I'll put it that way.
No. And what kind of a kid were you growing up? Were you sort of keeping to yourself more, or were you higher in extroversion, or what were you like?
Um, it's funny because I'm a self-diagnosed introvert through and through. Like I find that to be the most recharging, But I think as a kid I was pretty rambunctious and like just rowdy, and I had a lot of energy. So it may not have
Maybe you
appeared that
spent it
way.
all back then,
Yeah,
and now you're just
yeah.
chilling.
I'm just like sitting with an empty tank, just kind of. That's funny. Yeah, I'll, I guess I didn't have the words introvert and extrovert when I was a kid, but I will say that I loved connecting with people. Like even if it kind of wore me out, I just liked play, and so, and as I got into my adolescence, just like playing in bands and jamming with people was like one of the best expressions of that. Like just one of the best ways to connect with other people. Um, Prior to that, yeah, I don't know. I just had a lot of energy. All the like Power Rangers and shows and things I grew up with. I did martial arts as well too, growing up.
No,
So
which
I
ones?
had a lot of out. I did wushu, which is like it's kind of like kung fu, but a little bit more. I don't know the best word for it, more acrobatic, and it wasn't like sparring. It was like for performance. So I had these forms and things that I used to do. Um, and there's an art to it too, because it is about performance and getting your techniques to be as fluid and as, I guess, elegant looking as possible. A lot of jumps and kicks and things like that. Um, but yeah, I did that for a while.
Did you find that, did that sort of, assuming that you had like a creative urge to express back then, did you feel like that was a good outlet for that, or did you just kind of view it more mechanically, like I'm just doing these movements and trying to make it look good?
That's a tough question, because I think as a kid, like I want to inject all this meaning on it, but I think as a kid I really was just like, this is a cool thing that I do and I like it, and period, you know? Um, but in hindsight, yeah, it was definitely a creative outlet for me. Um, Kind of like, just to bring it full circle, like with the Warhammer, there's so many ways that you can drill in to get better, and so many different aspects that you can focus on, that like with wushu, it was like being able to pull off certain moves, the technical side of things. And then there's kind of the nuance of like how pretty does it look, for lack of a better word. There's kind of the flexibility, there's the strength, there's all these different factors. And in hindsight, I remember thinking like, oh, this is just a thing that I do. But looking back at it now, I'm like, no, that was like 5 different, or more kind of like areas of focus that I was trying to level up, um, like a Elder Scrolls game or something. It's like just by playing the game, like little things start leveling up, just by nature of doing it. And yeah, I'm glad you asked about it, actually, because I hadn't even really thought about it as a creative outlet until just now. Did you do anything like that growing up too, or like any kind of?
Unfortunately, no. I feel like I was definitely under fed in terms of getting myself into physical things, because I was very well. I did a bit of like really like shitty entry level mountain biking every
Oh,
like
cool.
at one point, but not to any like, I was not guiding in any way. I just took my bike, and we happened to live next to this really big hill that was actually transformed into a small track that you could come down. So I would just go down that, just because I guess there's like pent up energy, and you feel like I need to go do shit. And so that's just something I did in my sort of, I guess, teenage years. I used to play a lot of football with my dad when we were young, but I think because he tried to get me into some team sports, but the issue was that I was socially so anxious and crippled in that sense that I couldn't do it. Like, and to me also, there's a, like, my brain is definitely to some degree like, I'm using this word sort of more casually, but sort of autistic in a way. I don't know where I am in that spectrum, but for sure, a bit of that was dropped in when I was being made. But yeah, I mean, because I remember going to this football, well, soccer, I should say, to be clear,
Yeah, I
soccer,
got you.
yeah, like a practice, and I wasn't explained anything what was happening. Like, I wasn't even sort of, I guess my dad told me, oh, you're going to this soccer practice thing. But I was sort of like trying to understand like what's happening here, like what is the meaning of this, or what are we trying to are we trying to get me into soccer or not? So I was very confused. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I was confused about the social implications of it, or like what are we trying to do here? And also when I got to the practice, it wasn't led very well. Like the coach didn't explain things that were happening because they have their own terms and drills, and everybody else knew them, but I didn't know what was happening. But yeah, I was socially super anxious, so that didn't work out. I think I went to, I'm not sure, this could be a false memory, but I remember some of my classmates, like at first grade or second grade or something like that, they did karate or karate. I don't know what's the right pronunciation for that. Maybe you can tell me.
I think it's actually, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if you're in Japan, it's probably like
karate
or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
we called it karate, very American.
Yeah, karate. Let's go with that. But I think I went to one practice and then I was basically like crying because I don't know. It's the social aspect of it was overwhelming to me. So I think if I got into an individual sport, I think I probably could have done something. But yeah, my point is the very long-winded way of saying that I definitely should have been doing something because I had a lot of like ambient anxiety that I think you can only get out of your body through something physical. And in a way, I think drumming saved me a bit on that front because you can get super physical doing that. And I remember probably around like high school years, every morning I would wake up, I would go straight to my drum kit and play for like an hour and a half or something. And I would be just sweating. And I'm like, this is the best way to start the day. But yeah, I mean, I wish I had gotten into some kind of a sport. Probably would have saved me a lot of trouble. But, and I also wish that I picked up, going to the gym, lifting. I wish I would have picked that up earlier, but I'm not a big what if-er. It's kind of a waste of time to an extent. Sure. It is interesting to think about it, but I think about these things because we have 2 kids now. They're still very young. The other one is soon going to be 3, and the other one is soon going to be 1. So I think about how to help them in that regard. Where to guide them and what to get them into. Because you just need a physical outlet. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome that you're thinking about it that way. There's the physicality, and then there's also kind of the expression or the outlet for up here. And for me also with martial arts, there was this sense of community that I remember having a lot of good memories about. But I also understand that could be socially overwhelming, right? For like all the things that you had sort of mentioned is like, it's a lot of people and all at once. But kind of like you and I are talking right now, it's like, if it's something that you truly care about and you're working on to get better, and there's someone else that understands that at a deep, intimate level of like, what does it actually take to practice, I don't know, karate or mountain biking or whatever the case may be to get better at this thing, you can't just talk about that kind of stuff with anybody. And so I think there's community to be found, and I'm actually grateful for my parents for kind of seeing it that way, because a lot of those other people that I did martial arts with, I did feel that sense of camaraderie, But as far as like, I mean, I can only guess as to how my parents might have seen it, like as far as I guess you're thinking about it for your own kids. But for kids, it's just kind of like, is this fun or not, right? And the parents have to do all the heavy lifting, driving you to practice and and doing buying the equipment and whatever. And so it's a tougher balancing act, I think, for the parents, is because they have to invest all this time and money into the thing, and they want to make sure that it's, the best thing for their kids.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think we'll just have to, like, you have to get your kid to go and try stuff, because like the things that you really enjoy, you click with them really fast. It's like, I like the sport, but I didn't like that. And once they do find something they like, just like make them make a commitment to it for a time at least, and have them stick to that. I'm trying to, or we're trying to think about having, like, there should be a few rules for them. Like, you have to do something physical, you have to do something intellectual, you have to do something creative. And that's kind of like the trifecta that we're, at least in theory, going to try and apply. But
I like that.
And of course, those things have a lot of overlap as well, because there's something creative can also be something maybe a bit physical. But certainly if you're doing something physical in the form of a sport, it's going to be like your intellect, depending on the sport, of course, but that plays a big part of it. What moves to make, where to go, what to do. It's intellectually stimulating, and then that connects to your body in terms of how you execute that. And also creativity is a big part of that as well. Like, it's not, you have to be able to think outside of the box and think in ways that are unique to the situation, that are perhaps not being anticipated. And then you can do that special move and maybe win. Who knows?
Right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's that payoff too of, like, you stick with it long enough and you see improvement or whatever, that's a lesson in itself, right? It's just that it takes time and investment to get better at a thing. And at the same time, it's kind of like what you said. It's like, when it does click, like, kids aren't thinking about it on that level, but when it does click, you just enjoy doing it, that you'll naturally put in the reps, to get better at the thing.
Yeah.
They aren't thinking about it as, like, this is a goal I need to improve necessarily. I mean, maybe some of them are, but it's kind of more just like, is this exciting to me in this moment? So I think it's good, you guys are trying to find the, just expose them to lots of things to find what that is. And I love the trifecta, that you have as well.
Yeah.
Are there any things that you found so far for them that they really like, or?
Well, I mean, the other one is still a
one
baby.
of them is one.
Yeah, the other one is a baby.
Yeah.
But the 3-year-old, I find myself increasingly paying attention to that, and I'm already seeing that he already needs a physical outlet for sure. What, in terms of what it's going to be or how to sort of do it, that's tough. I'm still working on that, because, for example, if we go outside and we kick a ball, he does that, but his attention is quite scattered. So he can't, for example, kick a ball for half an hour. He can probably kick a ball for, it's hard to say. I'm guessing he does that better with my dad, because they go out and play football. I need to ask him what's the longest period of time you played football with him. But so I'm going to have to figure out something that you can make him stick with for long enough to actually gain the physical benefit of, letting out steam, because he definitely has a lot of energy now, and it's kind of pouring over, and that's why he's maybe a bit restless every once in a while. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I actually don't have an answer to that now, but we're gonna have to think about it. Maybe some kind of a, like, more acrobatic thing, like if there's like a playground where he can just run from place to place and do this thing after this thing after this thing. He definitely has a bit of, like, that attention. Well, he's still a toddler, so his attention is not going to be great. But if he is anything like his parents, which he most definitely is, then yeah, that's something you got to keep an eye on, that they actually develop more focus and attention. But again, if he is like us, then when he finds the thing that's interesting, he's probably going to find it very easy to focus on it.
Hmm.
So I don't know, but yeah, still thinking about it. Maybe some kind of a playground is the best thing to go go for right now. But
Yeah. Well, you got time to figure it out, but that's exciting. I'm excited for you because it's like there's a whole world of things that you can throw at him, right? And
yeah,
you've got the music side of things, but there's all these other, you know, avenues, especially, you know, now. I don't know how it is like how accessible things are for where you live, but you know, I just feel like if you wanted to try something very that might have been a little bit more obscure, that didn't have as much of a community back in, I don't know, the 90s or something, there probably is some community for it now, you know.
yeah,
And that's exciting, you know.
yeah.
So
No, it's definitely the internet has made it so that even in small places, the kind of niche, there is a niche community for what you want to do. It's yeah, definitely. I think the challenge here is to figure out how to transition from, like, in terms of the physical stuff that he's doing, how to transition from that kind of play to something more focused and structured. I actually probably need to do some reading on that because I probably don't understand how that works psychologically, like developmentally. But that's something I need to try and figure out, because that's the thing. Like, how do you? It's easy for him to play. He's very playful, but how do you bring some structure in that so he gets the idea? Okay, I can do this and get better at that. Yeah, I don't know when that happens, but of course, it's always better to start things as soon as possible so that they gain the benefits of the growth. And there's also plenty of studies showing that, you know, the sooner you can start something, the better it's going to be for the development for that thing. But we'll have to
yeah.
see.
Well, the brain is like a little sponge at that age, right? So, you know, you can throw anything and it will be, and they'll, you know, be able to kind of adjust to it. And one thing I always find myself thinking is like, because now I'm in games, is like, man, I wish I got to play Zelda as a kid. Like this is one example of something that I didn't really play as a kid because we didn't have a Nintendo.
How old are you, by the
But
way?
it's like, I'm 35.
Okay,
Yeah, how
so
about you?
yeah, I'm 35 as well right now. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. So, I
I
mean, you know, when the
I have some difficulty
N64 came
trying to
out.
remember that every once in a while, but I think I'm going to be 36 in December. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, we're the same age. It's like the things that came out have such a profound impact on us. Like I know I read somewhere that, you know, like Nobuo Uematsu is one of your big influences, and for me, that was definitely the case. And I know people now who are in music who are like, man, I wish I played Final Fantasy growing up. Right? These are things that the parents would never anticipate would have such a huge impact, right? But the music, like that kind of magic moment I was talking about earlier, where it's like it's music, but it's also music for something that's really special. Those types of things are probably going to stick with me for the rest of my life, right? To where that um, attachment somehow makes its way into the work that I do, right? And so I keep thinking like, man, you know, if just buying like a video game for a kid at that age has planted such deep roots, you know, like what else is is there? And
yeah,
that's what's exciting to me to think about. I guess for your kids too, is like um, everything that you do has the potential for like to create this deep meaning and deep impact, you know, um, and there's so much out there now, you know, like if it's games or uh, instruments, you know, it's like anything you want, right? You probably can find a way to introduce it. So
yeah. Yeah, and that's a great point because I like as a parent, there's probably a tendency to micromanage and think that you have all this control. But like you said, it's like they can play a video game that you sort of bought for them. Like, I guess I can buy it. Give me a look. Okay, it looks okay. You can have it, and it's going to be something life changing for them. But you just sort of did it on the side. And it's
Mhm.
impossible. Life is so complex that you can't plan or manage. You can't plan for everything. You can't manage everything. So I think it's more important to focus on fundamental principles, like what kind of a person do you want to raise, like in terms of building their character and instilling values in them. That's pretty much it. And then
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so like the fundamental stuff is really just about the only thing you can sort of focus on and manage, and let the rest come as it comes, I guess.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Sort of to connect the dots from going from listening to whatever your parents were listening to when you were growing up, having these instruments lying around. What was the progression from there to actually start taking this sort of more seriously? Did you mention you started taking piano lessons
Yeah.
at some point?
Hmm. Yeah. So I took piano lessons, and this is, I guess, related to the whole introducing your kids to things. Because I used to play, not really play, but I used to just like mess around on the piano a lot. So they're like, okay, well, maybe you should take some piano lessons. And I was pretty young. I want to say like maybe 8 or 9. I did that for a while. Um, the progression from there was, I guess, two things, like realizing that I didn't really want to play the stuff I was playing, which was, I guess, maybe more classical. And I was just really not that good at sight reading and all of the other aspects. I just wanted to play things. And I used to, um, I guess what I'll call kind of like my earliest compositions was just like getting rid of the sheet music and just making up my own things on the piano. Um, and so that, I guess, got me interested in this idea that I could make something, instead of just playing what was written. And from there, I think I wanted to learn guitar. Never was really that good at it, but we had a guitar lying around. And then around 13, I had a cousin. My family is in Taiwan, or half of my family is in Taiwan, and I had a cousin there who was taking drum lessons and had a drum set, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever, because I was starting to get into like pop punk and all this other, more rock oriented music, and so just to see him playing the drums along to those songs that I already knew I think, was the first instance of that kind of spark, that we mentioned, of like, I want to do that. And so within like half a year or something, I was taking drum lessons, and that was really where I kind of demarcate the first like light bulb moment for me, where I was like, okay, this is a thing or music as a whole is a thing that's important to me. And I was just listening
And
to a lot of.
what age was this?
Oh, around 14. So that was when I started high school. I started to get, and maybe actually a little bit before that, I started really getting into music, and playing drums made sense because it was the kind of music that I was listening to. A lot of like pop punk and eventually like kind of the new metal era in the early 2000s. And so drums was definitely the thing that like really clicked for me, because it was everything that I liked already. And I continue to kind of like have guitar and piano in my mind during that time. not as seriously as I pursued drums. Like I was like you, I would wake up, piss off the neighbors at like 9 in the morning, you know, just play like completely, you know, just drenched in sweat and just I had these Vic Firth headphones that were like, they're basically earplugs, you know, they protect your ears, but they also plug in. So I had like my MP3 player and I would just play along the songs for like hours. And um, that was really the extent of the kind of music that I did for a long time, was just like playing music. I kind of stopped writing anything new. The exception of, I guess, like writing my own fills for the songs that I couldn't play, you know, because it was like, um, as you do, you know, there's like, you can keep time and then like when something flashy happens, you just have to do something else. Um, so that, I would say, it was kind of the main progression, was just like being exposed to a lot of things leading up to that moment where I was like locked in, you know, of like, this is at the very least how I want to spend the majority of my time. I didn't think about it as like a career option, but um, everything definitely kind of mentally changed at that moment for me.
And what happened after that, like practically speaking? So I'm guessing, would it be like end of high school when you sort of had to figure out what to do with your life, or where did you go after high school, and how did music sort of stay in the picture?
So after high school, I went to college and I didn't study music. In hindsight, I kind of wish that I did, to be honest. But like, I I studied English and psychology, and I thought that that was like a practical, or more practical than music. Despite the fact that music was important to me, I don't know if I thought that maybe it would be frowned upon if I majored in music or something. And there's also part of me that knew that the theory and sight reading and other aspects of music aside from composition were not super exciting to me. But I studied something unrelated to that, and I just kept playing music. But during so it was 4 years of high school that I was like playing a lot of drums. I was in a band and all that. And then in college, I couldn't really play drums because I was living in the dorms. So that's when I turned to guitar, and I started playing guitar like a lot, just to have something, you know. And eventually I bought like an electric drum set that I could keep in my room that was, you know, like V drums, you know, like headphone. And that was kind of how I kept up with that. But I think it was at that point where I was like, okay, well, I'm doing drums, I'm doing guitar. What would happen if I just tried to make a little song, you know, with those two? Of course, I wasn't thinking about the bass or anything, because the bass always gets
You
the
don't need it.
short end
You
of the
can
stick.
skip it.
Yeah.
Just
That's
put
where my brain
more
was at.
kick drum in there.
Right. So anyway, I thought that was enough. So I started writing these songs and learning guitar parts and started getting better at that. And I think it was around that time that a friend taught me about FL Studio, which is the DAW that I still use today, to sequence in different instruments. And that's really what opened up this whole world of other stuff for me. Was like, you know, I could play the parts that I could play, and then I could fill in with MIDI, you know, all the parts that I couldn't. And I think somewhere around college, I had my first, like early in college, I had my first kind of songs that were made in a DAW and rendered out and all that. And that kind of was the second major point for me, which was like, oh, this is a thing that I can do, like start to finish. And what happens if I try to push it farther, you know? And that's kind of the major thread that brought me to where I am now, which is like, you know, doing it for something else. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
And how did you make that transition happen? Did you finish college first, or what was the sequence of events that, led to you actually, getting your foot in the door in terms of getting into the video game industry?
That one. So that was, let's see, after college is when it first happened. When I had my first gig, I guess, in games. I have an uncle that works in the industry, and he's worked in games pretty much all of my life, and so I kind of knew that it was a thing, like working in video games, just like abstractly. And I think it was a few years into working. After I graduated from college, I went and worked at Stanford University. I was doing like just admin work there. And that was my day job, right? And so when I had my first opportunity, which is actually from my uncle, he said, "Hey, we have this new studio that we're starting up and doing this mobile game called Puzzle Raiders, which is kind of like a match 3 Bejeweled type of game." He's like, "Would you want to try writing some music for it and seeing if it works out?" And at this point, I had all of my DAW stuff like ironed out. I had like my really terrible orchestra patches and and all of the things that I think felt like should go into a video game, and did my first job with them. That company was called Shiny Shoe, and that's the company that just released Monster Train 2. So I've been working with them all this time. Really, it was just the perfect alignment of like, here's the thing that I do, here's somebody that works in this field that gave me an opportunity to do what I do in a different context. And I just fell in love with it since then, because I always had been a gamer and I always had been a musician. I just didn't think there was like a world where they, intersected.
Yeah. And was it when you first started dabbling with a DAW, back then, were you thinking about video game music as an option, or were you still thinking, oh, well, this lets me do my songs? And did you just want to work on your sort of non-video game stuff? And did you start thinking about it when your uncle asked you to try it out? Or did you have like an realization or inclination somewhere in between that, hey, maybe I should try and do the video game music stuff?
It was the first thing you said. Like, I was not writing for games. I was just using it to flesh out my songs. And I used to sing more back then, so I would play guitar, kind of singer-songwriter stuff, and I was just using the DAW to kind of flesh out these songs. But they always had these kind of more composed elements to them. So it was like acoustic guitar and voice and drum set, but there's like these string patches, like just having fun experimenting with different stuff. I mean, I think one song I had like steel drums and banjo and a synth on top of it. It was just like whatever random stuff I could think of, right? And I was like, oh yeah, it's prog. And so there was that kind of halfway in between of like, even though my intention wasn't to experiment with different instrumentation or to work on a specific, or like work within a specific industry or medium, there was kind of that crossover already of like, this is not just a rock song or whatever you wanted to call it. And so, and the guy that introduced FL Studio to me was like really into beats, making beats and like hip hop and stuff like that, which I think a lot of FL Studio users at the time were making like either techno music or beats. That's what I saw primarily, because it's like the sequencer lends itself really well to that kind of thing. But I was like, well, no, I want to have my steel drums and my synths and my banjos and strings and stuff. And it just wasn't for games specifically. That makes sense.
Yeah. That kind of sounds similar to what I was also working on my own kind of, I guess, in the end, it tried to be like a rock band sounding thing. It was just me. I was doing everything, but I would sort of, now looking back on that material, I would sort of cram a lot of things in there. Primarily would be like, pop rock type of stuff, but infused with a lot of stuff like strings and synthy stuff and some weird sampling stuff as well. And now looking back, I understand that it was kind of this unfocused ability, or not having an outlet for all these things that I wanted to explore. Because the wonderful thing about being a composer is you can have a project that has a sound, and then you give it the instruments that it needs.
Right.
But next I can do something completely different. And if you do have a curiosity to do some electronic music and some orchestral and some maybe country or like, I don't know, Western style, or like Middle East or Japanese style music, whatever, I can do those things. I don't need to cram it all into one thing, because that's probably, unless you do it very well and creatively, it's probably going to be a mess. So now looking back on that kind of stuff, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. I was trying to do all of these things at the same time. Whereas as a composer, I can just do them separately. So it sounds a bit similar. I don't know if that's your kind of looking back on that sort of material, if you feel the same way, but to me, it reminds me of that part of my journey.
Yeah. How old were you? Do you remember how old you were when you started making those tracks that was kind of mashing everything together?
So I got my first audio interface probably around maybe like 19 years old, around that time. I was just about, I think, like wrapping up high school, and then I got it. And that's when I started just dabbling with random ideas. I always had this idea that I wanted to do something like a big rock thing with like pop-ish elements.
Yeah.
So that was sort of in the back of my head, and then I would just do all kinds of, not that wasn't something I was focused on, like I'm going to have an album in this style, but I would do a bunch of different weird experiments and stuff pretty much for the next, I'd say maybe couple of years. Nothing focused, but just writing a bunch of really shitty music and exploring ideas. And I would also record stuff for my friends, because I had the gear and I knew a lot of musicians. So
Yeah.
I would record my friends' EPs, and I would record my band's stuff as well. And then at the age of 21, that's when I moved to London to study music. And that's when it sort of changed. I still continued to write, but that's when I started to brew this idea of creating this album of music. And it basically took me the next 3 years to sort of put together. That was no active work, because I was obviously focusing on studying. I was focusing on my social life and learning. I learned a lot about music. I should say probably audio theory, music theory. I was also studying composition and music technology both. So that's pretty much what I spent my time on. And then I released it after I wrapped up university. And I forgot what the question was. But yeah, that was the age. I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah, just roughly when you got into it, because first of all, it's awesome. I saw a little bit of your story about the, moving to London and essentially starting over, like finding a new community, a new environment, new country, like all this stuff. It's pretty incredible. I've never done it before, so I can only imagine.
You're welcome to come to Finland anytime.
I would love to visit Finland. You're in Turku. I don't know if I'm saying that correct. It's like in the
Yeah,
bottom. Okay.
yeah.
It would be really cool to check out for sure. A lot of cool orchestral metal comes from Finland too.
What bands are you thinking?
Nightwish and Children of Bodom,
Nightwish.
I want to say, are from Finland.
Yeah. My mentor, I think he was the one who accepted me to our university. He's the one who does the orchestrations for Nightwish.
Oh, no way. That's
And
that's amazing.
I was lucky enough to, I didn't get to join a Nightwish orchestral session, but Tuomas Holopainen, the main composer for Nightwish,
Mm-hmm.
he wrote this. I don't know what to call it. It's like I guess like like a soundtrack for Scrooge McDuck's life,
Okay.
basically. Like
Yeah.
it's the life and story of Scrooge McDuck,
Mm-hmm.
and he wrote like a soundtrack for that, and I got to be there for that orchestral recording session. I did get to go on one Nightwish gig as well with Pip Williams, who is the orchestrator. So I did get to meet the guys that way and
Wow.
get to know them a bit. But
That's awesome.
so yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Nightwish. It's they've done some really cool stuff,
That's super
especially when Pip came on board, when it got more orchestral.
cool. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, you were a lot closer to and a lot more, I think, involved with the music than I was. Like we kind of got into it around the same time. It sounds like 18, 19 was when I started making stuff in FL Studio. I never would have thought to like help other musicians out with their production and their releases and things like that. But that's a whole other aspect that now has suddenly become quite important. It's like just the production, the release, that whole pipeline. So it's really cool that you got that experience and also realized that you wanted to pursue it in London, like in a more formal capacity. But the thing I was going to say earlier too is that like that was a really amazing time, I feel like, for music technology in general. Was like just the amount of stuff that we had at our fingertips was crazy, right? It was kind of like any instrument that we wanted to do, there was some, I'm not going to say like great instrument out there, but there was something, like I think the scripting and all that stuff has gotten a lot better to where you can have these very natural playable instruments now, but at least back then they had something. And so, and you compare that to like the Romplers and all this stuff in the 90s and early 2000s, where it was like these samples. I actually don't understand entirely how they're made, but I think they're just samples that kind of get mapped out. And so they sort of capture the essence of the instrument, but they're not trying to sound like a real version of it, which is charming in its own regard, of course. Like I love that era of RPGs and things, especially. But being 18 or 19 when we were, it was like there was so much that we could do, and that's ultimately what sparked. And sounds like for both of us actually was like the curiosity to just try everything. Like I made that track too, where I crammed in too many things, right? Because I could, and I think that's like really an important aspect of what we do, is just like falling in love with that feeling, of where it's like, the potential to make whatever we want is there, and now we just have to kind of figure out how we want to do it. And yeah, sure, you dial it in now and don't over arrange things and think about the mix and all that, but it is still kind of that exploration that makes me do what I do, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's the case for you, but it's sounds like maybe it was.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like touching on it was a really special time in audio technology because you're right. We were just at the very, like, riding the edge of the wave of the tech becoming accessible. Because before that, I used to do, uh, like, for a few years prior to getting my first audio interface. Like, when I got my audio interface, that was a new thing. It's like, hey, there's this thing called an audio interface and you can get it. And I had like I don't know, should I say, God bless that machine, or I don't know. It was a love-hate relationship, but it was a DigiDesign. If you remember, DigiDesign was the company before Avid bought
Oh, okay.
Pro Tools, or DigiDesign was I think the company name. So it was a DigiDesign 003, which was like, those who know, but it's like like pretty, I don't know, notorious, I don't know, known interface of that time. Loved and hated, but I got that one, and yeah, that was a really new thing because before that we were lucky enough to be able to record our music for quite a few years. Like, we did it maybe 3 years even before that, but we had these, what were they called? They were basically like digital multi-trackers, and they had these CD disc insertion things. You could put a CD in there and burn your music on there, but it was basically like a multi-track digital recorder, and then you could burn it on your on a CD eventually.
Cool.
Not very good quality, but it was basically like working with a old school, like it's multi-track recording. So that was really useful because it teaches you restriction to some extent, because we only would have, the 24 or something tracks, whatever it had. I don't remember. So we used to work with those before getting into audio interface stuff. But yeah, I mean, at the time was really magical because I started to realize, holy shit, like I can do whatever I want to do. In a way, in my naive perspective, was that, okay, I have this audio interface and it connects to my computer, and now I can build whatever I want to do. And like you said, you had tools for everything. They weren't necessarily that great, at least in hindsight, but you had virtual instruments, you had plugins. Obviously, that has changed completely from the year 2011. That thing has changed completely. Like, the tools we have now are absolutely amazing. Like, there's still plenty of room for growth, but now you can have absolutely professional tools at your disposal with very little money. And because even back then, having professional orchestral samples, that was a super niche thing. And I don't know, I'm not like, there are many companies that I don't know what kind of a level of quality they were capable of producing back then, but overall things sounded a bit a bit shoddy overall. So that has changed a lot. But yeah, it was super interesting in the sense because that's when it began, the what's the word, the democratization of audio technology began at that time, because the converters began to be good enough, the preamps began to be good enough, all the gear, and especially the software has multiplied in quality like many times over. So
yeah, for sure. It's interesting because I feel like composers who were maybe a decade before us must have felt the same way when the Romplers and things came out, or certain synths, like Korg and what's the other one I'm thinking of? Well, all the companies that had the Yamaha, they had these
maybe Roland, maybe.
Roland, yes. You know, and Roland is the sound canvas, I think, or there's one synth or one rompler that got used a lot on like every PS1 game, basically. And I remember thinking like, man, if I had discovered this for the first time when, coming from like Super Nintendo era or something like that, where there's like a limited number of tracks and you're working with waveforms and stuff like that, that I would have just been in heaven. Like kind of the same feeling that I think we felt when we got into it. And it will kind of continue to be that way. But I think what makes that special is like seeing what came before too, because like, somebody was, I don't know a lot about how older video game music got made, but somebody was telling me that like on the Nintendo, there was no polyphony. And so like, if you wanted to like do block chords, you would just arpeggiate all the notes in the chord like super fast, like 64th notes or even faster than that. And it would give this impression that, it was like a block chord. And I was just like, somebody had to think that up, right? It was like the limitation is what led to the creativity. And while I love that we have all this stuff in front of us right now, sometimes I wonder if like maybe I like at some point it will just get to so realistic and so easy that we don't have to think of creative solutions necessarily to achieve the result that we want, right? Like I guess if the result for say like an orchestra library is to sound as close to the real thing as possible, we're like pretty close already, you know what I mean? Well, I don't know, or orchestra players might disagree, but at least to my ears, I'm kind of like, it's with some good programming and CC curves and all that kind of stuff, you can get it to sound pretty believable. I wonder if at some point we might stop like feeling like we have to innovate with the tools that are available, the way that whoever came up with the arpeggiation technique had to, like in a sense, it's like the restrictions are what lead to the creative solutions. And like, how good must it have felt to have been the guy that, or the person that came up with that solution, right? Because I started to hear it everywhere after I learned that. I was like, oh man, all of these games are doing the like, this arpeggio technique. It's wild, Do you? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that though, because it's leaps and bounds from where it was in 2018 or no 2008. Sorry, 2009, 2008.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting when you think about the time when you didn't even have the possibility to create like you couldn't even try to create like a realistic sounding instrument, like talking like SNES time, for example. You could sample things, but you can't really create a realistic sounding violin or a piano, or you could get away with maybe some percussive sounds or like one shot sound type of things. You could do that, but you're sort of limited by this technology that forced, because a lot of them did want to do stuff that sounded more realistic or like real life like, and then it led them to solutions that kind of went closer to that. I think most importantly, what they did did succeed in was to, the point of music is to impart the right emotion, the right perception of something. So they did, great composers always do, and great artists do succeed in that. It doesn't, just because it's not hyper realistic doesn't mean it's not great sounding or that it doesn't evoke the right emotion that you want to evoke. So it's definitely, they were just using the limited technological tools that they had to create, in many cases, like the most realistic thing that they could generate, or the most akin to the real world counterpart that they could create. And it's because we look at it now and we see it through this nostalgic lens, and it has its own sound and its own vibe, and we see it very differently now. So it's definitely an interesting time to think about overall, because now we are in the realm of hyper realism. Like, if you know, I'm quite embedded in the world of sampling because I do product reviews for a lot of companies. So I just play a lot of sample libraries, and so I know where the kind of bleeding edge of that is. And there's a lot of, even in, I would say, how many years? Even in the past 5 years, or maybe even 3 years, we're sort of entering this new stage where especially playability has been improving drastically, because it's already been possible for many years to create realistic sounding orchestral music with sample libraries. That's been possible for many years if you know what you're doing. And again, the most important thing is to create the right impression and energy of an orchestra. Like this, the conversation of whether an orchestra sounds realistic or not very much comes down to your ability to, of course, write the music and arrange it, but then put it together in the mix in a way that conveys the right energies. So I don't know. That's a pretty convoluted conversation, but yeah, I mean, we're now in the realm of hyper realism, as long as you know what tools to pick and how to use them. So we're kind of, in a way, like you said, out of the realm of technological limitations. In a way, you still have to do some creative stuff sometimes if you want to go for the thing that sounds the most realistic, but you have to do some trickery to use the sample library in a way that it wasn't intended to be used, but it generates the outcome that you need. So in that way, we still have those micro pockets of using the tech in a way that creates the output we want, but wasn't really designed to do. But of course, that's a completely different level to what you were, for example, talking about. But I think we'll probably, I think, first of all, the fact that we have access to this technology at this level is just a positive thing in my eyes. Of course, like you said, limitations create creativity, and they force for users to come up with creative solutions and some interesting solutions. But I think as we get to this big pool of infinite opportunity and hyper realism, which means everything is possible, we'll probably loop back to self-imposed restriction in many ways. Like, you can create hyper realistic sounding music if you want, which I would want to do if I'm doing like an orchestral thing. If I want it to sound like an orchestra, then I want it to be hyper realistic. But then again, there's a lot of music that doesn't aim for that. There's a lot of music that wants to do something different, something weird, something alien. And if you want to do that, then I think you must select your tools very intentionally, and then you must self-impose certain limitations. And that's when you can begin to be creative and explore again and do weird sounding stuff. So I think it's going to be, from now on, a choice whether you want to do something hyper-realistic or self-impose limitations in order to achieve a certain type of a sound that you're after.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well said. I mean, that's definitely nothing but a good thing, right? Is like, if you can choose to sort of push your own, how should I put it? Like, push yourself, right? To innovate with the tools that you've got. And if you want the hyper realism, you've got it fairly easily too. And if you want to do something a little different, which one of the reasons why I really like games, especially like in the indie realm, is like I feel like I hear that quite a bit, where it's like I couldn't actually tell you what that's trying to sound like. It's something new, and it could be the way they combined certain instruments or something like that, right? But there's space for that. And yeah, that must have just come from somebody saying like, oh, I'm going to put these limitations on myself. Like maybe the limitation is don't just do the hyper realism and play the samples as they are out the box, right? But you're right that it's a choice, and it's definitely, options are definitely good, so.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, composers also kind of self-limit without necessarily realizing it. Because let's say you sort of go to the market and you're looking for sample libraries. We don't perceive sound exactly the same way. So let's say you're shopping for a certain type of a synth library. That's already like you're already making compositional decisions when you're choosing a synth library, in a way. Like you're choosing for the sounds that you want to be using, and I think that's also that a part that plays into what you said about hearing interesting and unique soundtracks. It's because people look at what's out there. These manufacturers, that software library creates this and that, and they sort of pick and choose and combine them together. And that's what they like. And it's not even always like, oftentimes it is, to a high degree, very intentional what they're doing. But there is like also a level to that, which is hard to see how your perceptions of what you're seeing and hearing affects your choices of like putting these different tools together, and that kind of results in a unique sound, because all tools are also limited to an extent. Like there is no single instrument or library that can do everything. They're all going for a certain sound because the developer has a vision. They want to create a certain type of a synth or a certain type of a string sample library. So you're already like picking these different pre-made sort of creative decisions, and then you're sort of stitching them together to form your own sound. So, and also your ability to assess, like your sound is not always perfect or perfectly objective. You have this sort of certain perception of the tools that you're picking for the job that doesn't necessarily maybe aligned with what you think you are seeing. I don't know. I should probably stop talking at this point.
No.
But hopefully that idea comes across, because I've definitely seen that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I actually understand, I think, what you mean really well, right? It's like the output of like any artist's output has to pass through all these different filters, right? You've got like the tools themselves have their own biases of like, this sample library producer thought that this sounded the best, like, I don't know, compressing the strings in a certain way, whatever the case may be, where they're like, okay, this is ready for release. So you're carrying all of their decisions with you just by using their tools. And then, yeah, the things that you latch onto when you hear it that say, oh, I really like this patch, coupled with the fact that you can mix it, an infinite number of permutations together, like, to me, that's where the artistry kind of lives, though, right? It's like, because going back to the origin story, it's kind of like the things that you listen to at a young age, or the games you play at a young age, all kind of lead up to you feeling a certain way about a particular sound. And it's a series of many, many decisions like that lead you to making the track sound the way that it does. So even though the tools technically are like, we all have access to the same stuff, and you definitely hear certain sample libraries get more more of the spotlight than others. But it's like the way that you use them is innately unique just by the fact that you're the one using them. And I think at least this is what I'm choosing to have faith in is that
I think you're 100% correct, and that's an excellent point, because there are many cases where I know what a composer is using. Like, I know the sample libraries that they're using. They're either telling me, or I can hear it.
Mhm.
I can hear, oh, that's that cello library. Oh, that's that percussion library. And even when I know what they're using, it still sounds completely different to how it would sound if I worked with them, or when I'm working with them, because often they are instruments that I'm also using. And that just, speaks to again, what you said, like the most important thing is the artist, the creative, the composer going in there and doing something with them. And you bring your vision and your perception and your perspective to the music, and you sort of guide and massage these different instruments in place, and you're going to do it completely differently to me. And that's why a lot of people, because they focus on the fact that oh, it's easy for you to do this because you have all the best sample libraries in the world. And it's like, you can, let's choose 10 sample libraries, and you give me 10 sample libraries, the same ones, and give you the same ones, and we're given 2 weeks to, I don't know, or a week to write a piece. They're going to sound completely different in many ways, in a number of ways. We're going to have the exact same tools, but we're going to have completely different results. And people think that sample libraries somehow write the music for you, which is never the case, because there's an infinite way of using them. And there's even more, like a truly infinite way of putting them together. And because you're not going to make a piece of music by, pressing this one button and it makes a great sounding Brahm, but that's not a piece of music. So you can have the same tools with somebody, but what they're actually going to do with it comes down to the creative components, and also the skill components as well. Because if you don't have the skill to mix it, or you don't have the ear or the experience for the production or arrangement side, your music is just going to be worse than somebody who knows how to do those things. So that's why I'm really kind of bullish, resisting these ideas that, you can only do great music if you have the money to buy the libraries, because no library is going to write music for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that definitely, to me, that's like what you were saying at the beginning of like going through the motions and making like the 3-day track versus the 10-day track, right? I think if you were trying to just hit a deadline or something like that, and you didn't really care so much about injecting yourself into the music, there are ways, I think. I mean, you have all these phrase-based libraries and things, and I use them too. Like where it literally could be you stack a few things and it's like shippable, and I guess the way I think of it is like that's totally valid, right? If like your aim is to just get something functional, maybe focus on the mixing of it and making sure that it gets out on time. But also see that, you can take things so much farther than out the box. Like a lot of the sample libraries are made, and when you listen to them and they're like walkthrough videos and things like that, they're just showing you what they sound like out of the box and hoping that grabs you. Whereas really it's kind of like, it's the contextual thinking of a sound library that opens up the whole, infinite permutations that you mentioned. And I guess it's kind of like the difference between those two approaches for me is like one of them is actually fulfilling for me as an artist, because it's like actually putting my stamp on it. And one of them is not so much. And the one that's fulfilling might take more time and and do all these things, but like 10 years down the road, maybe you feel more proud of that one because it has your your mark on it. I know I'm speaking very abstractly here, but like if you
No.
yeah
Yeah.
Like did something unique with the instrument, right? Like
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it can just be done with a couple of button presses, it's like you weren't really involved with it anyway, and it's like, then why do it anyway? Especially today when you can just AI it. If that's the goal, then just use AI. And
yeah,
like, why? If you're not involved with the process, there's probably something else you could or would rather be doing. So,
mm-hmm.
and that's one of the big questions we're gonna have to answer in the future, because AI will be able to do music to a very high degree. To an extent, it already can, but yeah, I mean, and that's of course we would love to create stuff that is being listened to by other people and loved by other people, but of course we also do this because we want to do it, and we get something out of it for ourselves. And I think that's the reason, at least, why I'm still going, because I haven't seen anywhere near the kind of results I want to see in music. But it's just, I mean, even if nobody's listening, I'd still be doing this because it's fulfilling and meaningful to me. And I'm still aiming for the thing that I can put out there and have the kind of response that I think I can achieve. But great if that comes, but that's that's a very secondary component to how what I feel like when I'm composing music. Because to me, it's like, frankly, it's like the connection to God for me. So it's like, why I can't ask for anything more than that. And it's like, if it's so fulfilling on its own, there's no way I won't be doing it.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome to hear. I mean, again, to me, it just comes down to loving the process, right? Of making it, like the state that you enter, the flow state or whatever you want to call it, like when you're in the zone, when you're making it, right? If that's the part if that's the why, then you can kind of detach yourself from the result, and obviously, there's career concerns and and money and this and that, but I feel like you can have one without the other, and you can't have one without the other, I guess is what I'm saying, is the core reason for doing it. I mean, you mentioned AI. I'm curious what you're like. I personally already think that AI music has come far enough to where people are going to opt to use it, in professional settings. I mean, they are. That's just kind of the truth of it. How do you feel about where things are and maybe where they're heading?
Well, overall, I think AI is great. I think I think it would be fair and nice because right now these AI companies are pulling material from the internet for free, and they are using your intellectual property to train their AI models. So I think there should be a model where artists get paid. Essentially, it's like they pay you a royalty for educating their tool. I don't know how that would like financially work out, because already AI is not making enough money to justify the investment. So on one hand, I empathize with them from that perspective, but from a moral, so they need to make the finances somehow work, which I think they will eventually in the future, because AI will be most likely, unless something very unexpected happens, I would say, it will be profitable. So eventually, but yeah, I think artists should be paid for their contribution to the AI, because they are literally giving the material that it trains on. But otherwise, like, I think the tools are amazing. I think it will help more people create. And again, it will. There's a lot of aspects to this, but again, I'm someone who's mostly focused on wanting to create things, and these tools allow me to do so. I don't use them in music yet. Uh, I'm actually quite undereducated on the topic, so mainly because I'm just so interested in what I'm doing in music more than
Sure.
I'm not looking. There's nothing that I yearn for or I feel like I need in the music realm to use in my music right now, other than in the mixing realm. That's one of the things that I'm looking forward to. The tools have been decent for the past few years, but they're not. The intellect is not at the contextual awareness is not at the level where it needs to be for that to be great. But we have a lot of good tools that are sort of trained on AI and music material, but they don't quite do what I'm after now. Like I would be super. I love mixing, but I'm not like I love composing more. I would love to compose music, press a button, and have it sound stunning, and then ship it on the same day. I don't. I love mixing. I think it's super fun and creative in certain ways, but it's so secondary to writing music that, and also it's kind of a pain in the ass to mix music because it's like I'm never happy. So
Yeah,
so it's yeah,
I feel
but
that.
but yeah, it's so in that regard, for example, I would love to see better tools for that. I love the fact that I can create artwork for different things very easily by just having a vision, knowing how to prompt it, and seeing something beautiful. Again, I wish I could compensate the artists somehow. I wish that worked financially somehow. But yeah, overall, I'm loving it because it helps people actually create more and
Mhm.
also create in certain avenues where they can't. For example, I'm not a visual artist, so I can actually pretty cheaply create those kind of things and have them align with my vision and create music videos or album covers or whatever else very easily and cheaply because I don't have infinite budgets to pay everybody, what their actual rate is. And again, I don't think there's morally anything wrong with them asking for their rate, and I would love to pay for that, but uh, and I would if I had the money, but I don't. And again, I wish there was a way for me to pay for it somehow through the AI if I knew what the data, what the model was trained on in terms of the data. I'm probably rambling a bit too much now, but yeah, I love it in the music department. Like I said, I know I've heard some of the AI music, and I think this is going to be a question of what do you want? Like, if you're a company just looking for music for your shitty corporate ad, then AI is going to be perfect for you. Or even not a shitty ad. It can be a great ad. That's not my point. But
Yeah.
there's levels of need. There's
Right.
levels of
Right.
you know vision and substance that you want to have in there. And if you're just making a short ad, of course it doesn't make sense to you to pay me $1,000 or something to make a short jingle for you. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't, of course, make sense. If that's what you want, great, but I wouldn't expect anyone to reasonably do that. But if we're talking about like a video game creator who is an artist themselves, a video game developer who is, or like a lead, whose ever vision it is, they right now the AI tools are probably not good enough to pinpoint create the thing that you want to create.
Hmm.
They might be better. They will be better. But again, then you have to be like a prompting wizard, and then you need to be able to piece together these different prompts that you're telling the AI to create, and then you have to piece it together to do what you want it to do. And the reality is that doing it with a great composer is just faster and easier, at least for now. But I don't know. I think it's going to just get better and better, and we're going to be blown away by what it can do. But it's a question of how much work do you want to do in terms of prompting, and do you want to go down that path? I think eventually people will yearn for the human connection as well to a degree, and you want to collaborate with a human. You know, you want to go back and forth with creative ideas. You want to have that interaction. At least some people will want to have that. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how the AI can compete with a great composer's ability to contextualize what a game developer, for example, is telling them, and then understanding that vision both verbally and non-verbally, and then taking those cues and filtering them through your unique self. Like we talked about, we're going to do things in a very unique way. So basically, you're going to become like a unique funnel filter,
Yeah.
or a mold. And if somebody wants to have the Jordan sound, they have to come to you. They can probably do a good job with good AI prompting to a degree, but I don't know how long it's going to take before that can realistically be good enough. And I also think it's a matter of context to a degree. Depends on how specific the art is. You can probably do good prompts for a sort of a more generalized game, for example. But the more specific the art is, the more you need to custom tailor it and tune it for the medium. So, it's a complicated question, because there's the future where the AI will be a lot better, and you can probably customize absolutely everything. And then there's the meantime from now to here, which is a question. But there's so much you could touch on that. But
yeah, kind of threw you a curveball there. It's a definitely a big question. I agree with you on like the interesting thing right now is that it's moving very fast, for sure. Like even just month to month, like I'll hear something and it's like, oh, well, like a year ago, I remember hearing some AI, like I'm talking about generative AI now, but like hearing some music and thinking like, it sounds like trash. There's all these artifacts and things like that, and all sorts of stuff. And a year later, it's already noticeably better. So I definitely think it's only going to keep improving. But as far as the legality of things and morality of things, like I think it's moving a little bit slower, right? Like figuring out how do we actually attribute what's essentially like tons and tons of little atomized pieces of data, to their origin, and what song it got scraped and all this stuff. Like there's no, I don't think they've figured out legally how to address that yet. But
I think the concept is there, but the finances are not. Like it's still. I think like in its simplest form, it's like a royalty commission. If the AI detects that your material has been used to generate this output of this piece of work, and then you get like a slice of that. But
it'll be tough. Like you think even when they get there, for people not to think of it as theft too. It's like there's a degree to which it's like if your song got used in a TV show or something, and you get a performance royalty or something like that, there's still this direct link to the artist, like your song registered on your PRO or however that whole process works. It's like there's a lot of transparency, and I think maybe what people are, at least what I've heard from like other friends who are creators, whether visual artists or audio folk, is just like it's that lack of understanding of like where this came from that is a little bit scary, because it's kind of like it's like small little bits of things, right? It's not like you can attribute this to one artist. It's not like when people were sampling old records and things like that, right? So it's definitely a different landscape altogether. But to your point earlier, of like, why would they hire somebody to write custom music for something? This is where I'm like, I have to have faith that like whatever filters I bring to the table, unique combination of filters I bring to the table, are seen as valuable, right? And in order for someone else to think it's valuable, like it has to start with me realizing that there's value in that, right? Like, what other person grew up in the exact same conditions as me, listening to Sting and Enya and the Beatles and Dream Theater and Cannibal Corpse, whatever. Like, just mash it all together to make what I make, right? It's like, if you truly believe that that's valuable, and you have your own amalgamation of things as well, then you focus your efforts on just making that kind of stuff, so that somebody else who values it as well knows how they get that sound, But the prompting thing is interesting, because I already am seeing AI prompts that are like, make me this thing in the style of blank, right? And so if that's the direction it's heading, it's just a matter of time, I think, before they say, oh, I want a Markus track, so I'm still kind of trying to figure out, like, where is the value at that point if stylistically someone is able to make something that kind of is like a imitation of something that you might write, but isn't actually written by you. What's the value there, and how do we focus on that, right? As I mean, there's the why of why we do it. Like, I love that you're like, I'm still going to keep creating things because that's valuable to me, right? But then it's kind of like, where does that value come into play in terms of sort of the service that we offer to other people, right? And how does that solve problems, for, I don't know, the right client or right developer, right? So,
yeah,
it's a big.
I think in the medium long term, I think we might become, like, our role is probably going to change into a role of curation. Like, we might become musical prompting engineers, basically, because, and this will be super interesting with technology of any sort, because even now, when we have like infinite access to knowledge and information, what you can't instill is the drive to ask certain questions into people. Like, I still need to want to build something, even though the tools are amazing and they can build it very easily and fast. There needs to be a want behind it. And I think in the future we will live in a world where there is infinite access to a lot of things, but then the question is why? Like, why do anything? And I think this sort of trying to bridge this to the prompting engineer or curation side, but basically, when you have, let's say, a video game developer and they want to have certain music in their video game, they don't necessarily know what music is best for their video game. They might have like a vague idea of what they want, but a lot of the time the developer doesn't really even know what it is that this game should have. Some game devs are visionaries in that way. They have a very strong vision and they know what they want, and they can prompt it themselves in a way. And by the way, with prompting, you can prompt the prompt. So it's like, what kind of a prompt would be best if I wanted to have music in the style of Jordan? So so that's kind of, but even that's it's not as simple as that. But my point is, a game developer of that sort who doesn't have that super strong vision and is not willing to do the prompting work or figuring out how to prompt the music, they want somebody who understands that world. They want somebody who knows how to prompt that music, at the very least, if they don't write the music. They need somebody who has that vision, who understands music, and who can ask the right questions. So our job might be in the medium long term, might be that we become basically like a musical, like music coordinator for the video game,
Mm-hmm.
but we are sort of meta composing it in part. I guess like there will be a transition where it's a bit of both. Like we might prompt a bit and then include that in our music. Maybe it's up to you, but there might be a future where you are the music kind of supervisor for the music coordinator, and then you are the one who knows how to ask the right questions, and therefore you can create the right prompts that correspond to what creates the right type of music for the game. So I think that might actually be something we are heading to, because again, you need somebody who has that vision, who understands music, and who knows how to ask the right musical questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the curation, the tastemaker kind of role, I guess, right, is sort of where I think, our skill sets could lead. I'm still on the fence about whether that robs us of the process. It's a different process, to get to the final result. And like if the joy is in banging out MIDI notes and and tracking your guitars and all that kind of stuff, it might not be a difference that people really want to pursue. But I think you're right that it's there are going to be developers that kind of just say, hey, can you just handle this? Like I don't want to, or I can't handle this portion of it. It's interesting though, because to me, that feels a little bit kind of like what we have been using stock music for already, right? Is like, you have a whole library of royalty-free music that you could use. You have asset packs for literally every discipline under the sun, in Unity and Unreal and things like that. And it's kind of like, nothing against people that use asset packs, right? But it's sort of like always an approximation. It's like, I don't need to get somebody to tailor something to be 100% fit or inject their own voice into this piece of music. My goal is just to find something that doesn't sound out of place, to, like maybe it's a 90% fit or something for my game. And then they can just sift through tracks and find one that meets that. Like you said, it's two different kinds of needs, right? And I guess AI, to me, in my mind, or generative AI still sort of falls under that first need, which is kind of like, let's just approximate it. You can prompt it to get as accurate as you're able to, and someday that will be pretty accurate, someday soon, probably. But it's kind of like, those are people that might have just gone and got a royalty-free track anyway. You know what I mean? And so I'm kind of thinking about just the implications for us is like, where do we add value, right? And it's probably not those clients in the first place, right? So the whole argument about generative AI replacing artists and composers and all that kind of stuff, I think it's valid, but I also try to be careful not to think of it as like somebody who would have gotten some stock music anyway are the people that we're losing jobs from. You know what I mean? Because like chances are they probably wouldn't have paid whatever rate in the first place, right? Before generative AI was where it's at now.
Yeah, it will definitely be come down to the needs and the depth of the work. Like I think all low level and all mid level composers they're gone. Like you can just hone your skills until you're at that level where you bring something unique to the table, where you can answer to a unique call. Like I need something very personal, very custom, tailored, very whatever else it is. Insert adjective in there, but I think everything below that is going to be wiped, because why bother? Because you can have it AI with AI easy. And also, like you said, it's like if you don't have that level of artistic depth that's needed, or sort of, well, I guess that's the best way of putting it, then there are better tools to to get that cheaper and faster.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's an ever evolving question. It's going to be, we'll see where it goes, but it's definitely moving fast.
Yeah, every half a year is different,
Yeah.
so we'll have to see how that goes. We're coming right up to that 3-hour mark. So how do you? I mean, this has flown by, at least for me, and we've barely scratched the surface. But do you want to start wrapping up this, or how are you doing for time and energy?
I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm really enjoying enjoying this chat too. I honestly
good.
can't believe that 3 hours is up too. But sorry, go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, I just, at least touching on the video game stuff, just to get a better idea of what you, because you said you were a gamer when, like, already when you were a kid. What were the sort of most, like, what sort of games were you playing? What was the most influential? What were the most influential games for you back then?
So when I was really young, I played a lot of. I only had 2 games on my NES. It was Super Mario Brothers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, the Manhattan Project, which is kind of this side-scrolling one. I played both of those quite a bit, but probably more Ninja Turtles. As I got older, though, where I started thinking about games as like almost a part of my identity, it was Final Fantasy VII and Diablo 2, I think. Yeah, was that you as well?
Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy VII is like the thing for me.
Yeah,
there are quite a few for like different eras, but that was like a massive thing for me. And like you said, Nobuo Uematsu is my favorite composer of all time, and that soundtrack it's insane. Like, it has no business being that good. It's I don't know how he pulled that off, but that's a really, like, a masterpiece in my estimation.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting now is we're seeing the remakes, right? And so, and not a lot of, I don't want to say a lot, but not everybody that is playing the remakes played the original. And in a way, I feel like they're kind of trying to straddle both audiences, like people that grew up with the original game and new players as well. But the one thing that I notice about that soundtrack is, it's primarily a different composer, right? It's Masashi Hamauzu that did the remakes, but like just the amount of mileage they're getting out of the original compositions, to me, is like it's what we were saying earlier, right? Is like a well-composed soundtrack doesn't matter if it's hits the mark of hyperrealism or whatever or not, right? Is just that, right? It, like, there's so much depth to it that they can stretch it out to, the iconic melodies and all that stuff, of course, but even just like taking a certain, I guess, like part or stem of it, I'll hear it kind of woven in and out of the remake soundtrack very masterfully. Like, that's an art in and of itself. But to me, it just says how good the original was. Which I kind of knew when I played it, but like I'm getting to know it all over again and on a different level now. It's just like, there's so much content there, right? That and they're not. This is like a little bit of a tangent, right? But it's like I used to do a lot of remixes and stuff like that for games, and I think there is something to be said about like how far you take that remix, and the farther you take it, the more dependent it is on the original source material having like a lot of legs, to stand on. And I'm just constantly blown away by 7, in particular, because it's like I've heard it remixed a million ways at this point, but it's always, it hits me in the same way. So, yeah, that's definitely my favorite favorite Final Fantasy. Like, not just for the music, but kind of across the board. What about you?
Yeah, in terms of favorite Final Fantasy or
Just games, influential games.
yeah. I mean, well, that was definitely Final Fantasy VII was like the PS1 era thing. I think what would be like our first gaming console was the Sega Saturn. I think it had a different name in the US. Was it Genesis? I'm not. No. Saturn did. I'm pretty sure Saturn had a different name in the US. It wasn't Genesis, but anyway,
I wouldn't know. I didn't grow up with Sega either.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we we didn't really. I'm not sure we had one maybe proper game for it, but I don't think my dad knew how to like buy like a memory card for it, so we could never save anything. So we had this one racing game which we would play, and we would just try to beat it in one go because we couldn't save anything. And then we had a bunch of demo discs and stuff like that. So, but there was nothing there that sort of was a big deal for me. It was kind of fun, but no good games sort of hit during that time. But I think like Pokemon Red and Blue was a big deal for me. Like that was pretty much like life-changing for me because it just hit this very interesting nerve of going out there into the world, exploring this world that you understood nothing about, and then you collected or captured these different creatures, and to me it was like, wow, like I want to live in this world. It was just surreal when that hit. So that would be one. Final Fantasy VII, and then probably there were a lot of Game Boy Color games as well that I really liked. There was actually a Metal Gear Solid game on Game Boy Color, which not a lot of people know, but it was fantastic, and the soundtrack was so good. It's insanely good music. I don't unfortunately remember who it is, but you can look it up. But stellar music. But I'm guessing it would sort of boil down to that Game Boy and PS1 era, and then sort of later on, it's I guess nothing sort of comes close to capturing the essence of those two video games. Final Fantasy VIII was also a big thing.
Yeah.
For me, but not to the same extent. It was more like a interesting curiosity. That soundtrack, though, is also insanely good. Not quite at the sort of, I would say, like it's different than 7, but 8 at times is equally as good. It's insane, and some of the modern orchestrations of the Final Fantasy VIII stuff, those two soundtracks are like pretty much a lot of my musical inspiration boils down to those two.
Cool. Yeah, that PS1 era of Final Fantasy is really special. Those 3 games, I think. It's interesting you mentioned. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's interesting you mentioned Pokemon because I played a lot of Pokemon Blue. I think I had Blue, but they're kind of basically the same game, Blue and Yellow. And I never really thought of that as being part of, maybe because it was handheld or something, that I didn't think of it as like I'm sitting down in front of my TV to play video games, right? It was just something I did and took it with me. But everything about that game, the sense of adventure to the music and all that stuff is pretty integral to my game experience as well. It's just interesting that I hadn't even really thought that until you mentioned it.
Yeah, I have a list somewhere where I try and keep track of these because you just forget. There's so much. And I think actually like even more than red and blue, like gold and silver was
Mm.
that blew my mind when it came out. I was literally just talking about this with my cousin a few days ago. Like gold and silver had everything that red and blue had, but it just took like exponentially. Obviously, we had color, we had night and day in the game. You could breed the Pokemon, like everything. Like it was such an evolution. Like it was everything you wished the next Pokemon game would be and
Yeah.
more. And to me, that was like I basically lived in that world for the next I don't know how long, but it that also an incredible game. But you're right, like it's very hard to. I'm forgetting so many games, I'm sure, but there needs to be almost a list where you keep track of all the
Yeah.
stuff that has inspired you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's awesome to like as a thought exercise too, because it's funny that the first thing you mentioned when you said that was the music for like the Metal Gear Solid game, for instance, right? It's like you were paying attention to it back then, whether you knew this is what your path was or not, right? And I really do think that like half of composing is just about digesting new stuff, refilling the creative tank, so to speak, right? And so we have many years of like filling this tank up without necessarily having an outlet for it. And and at that age too, it's like everything really sticks with you, and so I have no doubt that all those things are like in the mix, right? The thing we're talking about that makes you unique is like whatever combination of games and stuff you played and whatever about those soundtracks you particularly liked is unique, but already, right? It's like I feel like I could say, oh yeah, we had the same experience. We played, the PS1 era, we're the same age and all this kind of stuff, but already there's like so many differences, right? And that's kind of the amazing thing about it. Because prior to that, I feel like there was definitely an era where there weren't that many games, like everybody was just like, oh yeah, have you played Pong? Or, yes, but I have played Pong. It's like a binary thing almost. And
the soundtrack is so good.
Yeah. Right.
I think I'm going to be a video game composer.
Yeah. There's a TV show. This is a bit of a tangent, but there's a TV show called Mythic Quest. Have you heard of it? It's on Apple TV, I think. It's about it's about like the dev studio behind like an MMO RPG, like a leading MMO in this fictional world. And there is one episode. It's a fake game. It's called Mythic Quest. But it's
okay, yeah.
It's almost like a commentary on game dev as a whole. And there is one episode where there's a guy who just got so inspired by like Pong or something like that, where they're like, this is my path, And I just try to put myself in their shoes, where I'm like, I guess if you had never seen anything like that before, it could be totally groundbreaking. The way that, PS1, for example, transitioning to full 3D after being, all 2D games, right? Must have been like nobody had seen this before, right? And that's why I think a lot of the games that we hear about from that era, the Ocarina of Time and Mario 64, even though I didn't even have Nintendo, like these were things that were just common vocabulary for me growing up. Everybody has that kind of moment where something groundbreaking happens and then they just get swept off their feet, I feel very fortunate to have had a couple of those,
Yeah, and I don't know, even if I said it as a joke, I think it's funny because it's true. It's
no,
of course,
for sure.
if that's the frontier of gaming and you see that and you're like, holy shit, I want to make music for that.
Yeah,
somebody did think that, and somebody did end up making as soon as they started having soundtracks, because I don't think Pong did. I think it just had a blip blop.
I was going to say, I didn't know if it had a soundtrack or not. But before my time.
Tetris did, and we know that. So
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But yeah, somebody was like, hey, I'll make music for that.
Yeah.
Imagine being that. But it's kind of the same guys or gals who are thinking that now. It's just the medium is like the technology is different. But it's the same people who think, hey, I'm going to do something for that. And they do. So I should also mention Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I was older by then, but that was definitely kind of a milestone game for me
Cool.
because I used to just lock myself in my apartment and play that for I don't know hundreds of hours, more than 100, I'm sure.
Yeah. Did you
But
play the,
yeah,
the remaster?
I haven't played it. I've seen bits of it, and it looks great. It's really funny when you see a remaster and you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's what the game used to look like.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but then you go look and you're like,
Like,
oh,
nope.
okay, well, yeah. But it's interesting again how you're limited by your expectations and what you know to be possible adjusts your perception of what you're looking at. And of course, once you go in there, and again, it doesn't need to be hyper realism in terms of graphics, but as long as it does that, it evokes the right emotion and the right cue, I guess, then your mind accepts it as reality, and it kind of fills in the gaps. It sort of it does become, because now when I look at the remake, I'm like, yeah, that looks exactly the way it did
Yeah.
back then.
Yeah.
But that soundtrack is absolutely fantastic. Like Jeremy Soule is also a very influential composer for me, for sure.
Nice. Yeah. Well, you might like the remake. I think they spruced up the soundtrack some. I want to say there's some new implementation or something. Like it feels more fluid to me the way that it's implemented as well. So it's yeah, I went straight for the main storyline this time around. I was like, I can't do all the side content. It would just take entirely too long. But yeah.
Yeah,
It's a good
you're the only person in the world who did that.
I know, right? It's like no one cares about the main storyline. It's funny. I was like, I didn't play it that way the first time around, so I felt like this was how I could have a new experience, was to just go straight for the.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite short, honestly. Like the main storyline itself, but
yeah. Touching on that, I mean, because every once in a while when I listen to your music, I can hear, in terms of Final Fantasy, I get sort of a mix of vibes of like more modern Final Fantasy, or maybe the Final Fantasy VI era. Like there's a bit of a, like you have this like beautiful ability to do a lot of the stuff that is kind of akin to the more modern sounding like Final Fantasy sound, but then also some reminiscent of, especially I would say, the Final Fantasy VI era. So is there anything there that is it just like chance, or is there anything there that sort of connects the dots?
I would say so. I didn't actually play 6, like the Nintendo era of Final Fantasy. I didn't play, and I know a lot of people have said that 6 is their favorite. So I keep meaning to do that, but if it sounds like that, I think it might be by chance, but or it's the same composer, so maybe not. Modern Final Fantasy, I couldn't for some reason get grabbed by the games themselves, but I do appreciate the music quite a bit, especially 13. I think has a really fantastic soundtrack, but sometimes I'll just listen to it. But the interesting thing about, and it's interesting even just to hear you say this, because with regard to like the latest game, Monster Train 2, it's like people are saying, oh, this reminds me of this band, or this reminds me of this game. And it's amazing to me that people will pick out certain things that they may or may not be things that I played, but it's like, it's how they interpret it, right? Like that's their own filter kind of like, and their own unique set of experiences coming out, to where I bet you that there is a whole subconscious level of things that, like maybe I did hear some older Nobuo Uematsu tracks on like Distant Worlds or something like that, right? Where I'm like, oh, okay, that actually made it into somewhere. Like maybe the way I wrote a melody or something like that was something that I had heard. Where I'm like, it's very possible, because I think when you latch onto a certain composer, and for in this case Nobuo Uematsu, or like Joe Hisaishi, like all those kinds of composers, where it's like I like their sound, not just a single project that they've worked on. That you just kind of like channel that in a way. So it's interesting to hear you say that. But I have yet to play 6. It's very high on my list of games to play. And there's like a lot of
and
versions
also,
of it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, it's and also I don't know if you ever played Chrono Trigger.
Oh, I did play Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I love that game.
Yeah, because I feel like
Yeah,
that soundtrack and 6 have a sort of they're very different, but they have something that sort of overlaps. And when I'm listening, because you have like sometimes you have this like super strong, simple, beautiful, I don't know how to call it, like regal melodies almost. Like they have these sort of, because Final Fantasy 6 and Chrono Trigger has those kind of, there's beautiful simplicity, and simplicity isn't like, it's not it's not easy to do great and simple. It's super difficult. So yeah, your music definitely has some of those vibes in there as well. So I was wondering whether you might be a Chrono Trigger fan as well.
that one for sure. No, but thank you for listening that deeply. I mean, I think I would say largely that era of games has a sound to it in my mind, like, and the regal part of it, I think for sure is in there. Like, I'll think of it sometimes as like heroic, or like, it's kind of like an anime theme, almost like determination and, pressing through and confidence, and all these kinds of themes that definitely are present in my music. Yeah.
That was going to be my next question relating to this, because I can definitely hear like anime influences in your music. So I was really actually interested in two things. Like you obviously mentioned some of the Miyazaki stuff.
Yeah.
But are there any other sort of notable anime influences in your life? And relating to that, of course, anime soundtracks as well. Is there anything you want to sort of mention?
I definitely think musically speaking, there's like Hikaru no Go is an anime about like a kid that gets possessed by a ghost who used to play Go, like the board game. It's kind of like a Japanese checkers, I guess, about controlling territories and things like that. Anyway, the music for that hit me really hard. I grew up watching a lot of like, I don't even know what the right term for it is, but like Trigun and Hellsing and Cowboy Bebop, like that kind of era of anime as well, where I just thought those soundtracks were so cool, like because they were kind of they were different. They were kind of either like Trigun is very guitar forward, Cowboy Bebop obviously is very jazz and kind of almost like a breakbeat kind of thing going on, and Hellsing had this I don't even know what to call it, but it's kind of a mix of those two things. And those definitely are something I appreciate. I don't know if they make it into the games that I write, but like I'm thinking about those soundtracks quite a bit. Yeah. How about you? What did you grew up with anime, or?
I wouldn't say I grew up. I mean, I definitely started watching anime when I think my cousin sort of introduced me to that world, and that was probably maybe somewhere during um, maybe high school at some point. It's hard to track where, but he would show us like Death Note, and we would
Mm.
see with my brother, and also Ghost in the Shell, the anime series,
Oh yeah,
which I actually think is fantastic.
yeah,
Actually, very hard to get a hold of here, but um, that was great. It's just a bunch of. Again, I should have a list,
sure.
but we watched a lot of anime with him, and then that sort of kind of kindled it, and then I started watching stuff myself around that age. But yeah, I think it's some of the best like cinema art has been made in anime form. Obviously, I also love the Ghibli stuff, which is just it's so beautiful that it's hard to even put into words.
Yeah.
Like when I think about even, I mean, just thinking like even Totoro, like as a movie has just even though it's like you could say it's a kids movie. Obviously, it's far more than that also, but it's just imbued with the level of detail of everything. Everything has meaning. Everything is sort of oozing life in those movies. Like there's no detail in there that is trivial, and it all speaks about life somehow. It's insane how he does that, and obviously the music is in most of them absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Um, so those are also big. I'm actually like very influenced by Japanese art overall, like music and other media. But yeah, I would definitely have to have a list. I think a lot of there are a lot of animes that I've watched after that, and I'm completely blanking on. But yeah,
Have
some of
you
the best
seen
art in the world has.
Hunter or Hunter x Hunter?
Yes,
Okay.
I've seen it until I got to the season where the bugs begin to
Okay.
appear.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
I did finish that. I did finish that series. So basically, the this is going to be a spoiler for anybody watching. So if you don't or listening, if you don't want to hear it, uh, don't listen to this. But yeah, basically the last thing I think it's at the end of that season when he climbs the is it the world tree or whatever it is, and then he meets his dad up there at the top. I think that's where I don't know
Yeah.
if there's been anything after that, but
Yeah. I think that's the end of
um,
the. He's been writing some manga for it, but yeah, that
yeah,
whole, especially the end of it. I think the music in there really hit me hard too, and the storytelling of it. But I was a lot older when I saw that.
yeah.
Nice. Well, that's awesome. I feel
I
like we
should
have some
I should definitely
overlap. Sorry. Go ahead.
no for sure. We have a lot of overlap
Yeah.
in many ways. Yeah, that's it. I need to go back and listen to that soundtrack because I don't recall much. I remember some of the combat music, which had like a really interesting flow, and I think was super effective for the series. And I really liked that show until the bugs started showing up. That just didn't speak to me,
Hmm.
but I think it was fantastic up until that point.
Yeah.
I think it changed a lot with that bug season, but but I thought it was terrific back then. I've actually only watched it once, so it would probably be quite the experience to watch it now again. But yeah, I mean, there are so many animes that I watched, and
Yeah.
uh, I even like some of the. I don't know what category it will go into. I don't know if you know this. It's called uh, Claned. Claned. I don't know how it's pronounced, but CLANNAD.
Hmm.
It's basically like I know a lot of people who know this are gonna laugh when I say that because it's kind of like I understand there is a subcategory of anime called like harem. So there's basically one guy and a bunch of girls, and they all
Oh,
sort of
okay.
revolve around him. But it's not a series. It's not a series of them like drooling over him, and it's not like or sexual or anything in that sort of a way. I think it's just a category to describe that there's this one guy and a bunch of girls are involved. But it's it's no that's where like the weird stuff ends. But it's basically like a super deep um, commentary on life. Like I don't if I actually don't, I can't watch that, or if I do, I know I will cry. Like I will legit break down because it gets so
Hmm.
sad and beautiful towards the end because it changes a lot as well. There's like this first season where they kind of this guy gets to know these different characters and builds friendships with them, and then eventually develops into him actually marrying this one girl, and then they have a kid, and then things don't go so well. But it's I remember that hit me hard because that talks about some of the real shit in life, like
Sure.
love and having kids and hardship and stuff like that. So it actually, I haven't thought about this in a long time, but it just thinking about that anime makes me emotional. So if you want to feel like shit and you want to feel like life is too heavy to handle, then go watch Clannad. But
Yeah,
I
I
think
love
it
that
is one
stuff.
of it's a really, actually I think it's one of the most known animes, which I was kind of surprised about. At least if you go like look at top rankings of anime, I think it's going to show up in the somewhere in the top.
Okay.
But it's kind of weird because it's not like Dragon Ball Z or
Yeah,
or
yeah,
even some of the sort of more good artsy stuff that we mentioned already,
yeah.
or sort of yeah.
Well, I imagine it also is it parallels your where you're at in your stage of life too, right? Is kind of just starting to think about all of um, the joys and pains of having your own children and thinking about what that means for them, right? So I mean the stuff that hits me is always the stuff that relates to where I'm at that moment in time. You know what I mean? And so um, and I would say that a lot of anime, even the shonen and the stuff that I get into, like they just nail that like slice of life so well. Just the little intricacies of like, here's what a day of in the life of like a regular, like Hikaru no Go, the one I mentioned. It's just like some of those scenes are just kind of boring everyday stuff, but it just hits the nuances in a way that where it's like, oh, I can relate to the character a lot better. So um, and that's not just anime too, right? It's kind of like all storytelling. It hits you different depending on where you are in your own life. So
Yeah, that's actually, it's interesting because when I watched Clannad for the first time, uh, back then, yeah, I was in a relationship, but it's like, and I wasn't thinking about like having a family or kids or anything like that. But
mhm.
it spoke truths about life, like really deep truths about that kind of stuff that it just hits you, even if it wasn't relevant to me at all at that time. And then I think the next time I watched it, I think I was single and I was living in London, and I didn't have anything going on in that front. And maybe that hit me hard because that's probably something that I sensed that I wanted. And then I was like,
Mm.
holy shit, I'm lonely and sad. And holy shit, this series is, beautiful and sad simultaneously. And it's like, yeah, but yeah, I think that speaks to what you said, different stuff speaks to you in different ways at different times of your life. And that's actually a really interesting thing about anime, which I think speaks to the level of artistry there, because you can watch a series at one moment or in one phase of your life and have it speak to you in a certain way, and then watch it uh, later on, and the experience is very, very different. I think
Yeah.
that's actually a good sort of mark of a piece of art. For example, True Detective season 1. I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, I can strongly recommend. I think it's one of the best. So it's like a series. True Detective is like a name under which they release seasons, but the seasons really don't have anything to do with one another. And it's like season 1 is like a masterpiece, I would say, and a lot of people say that. The rest, not so much. But season 1, like, it's completely different. When I first watched that the first time, I was like, I saw it through a different lens. There's this character called Rust, and I really, like, it was striking how his mind was exactly like mine at that time. And that's really weird to say now, because when I watch it now, I'm like, holy shit, he's not doing really well. So it's but it's a beautiful example of that, seeing it very differently. And for example, now I see the other main character, Marty, in a very different light. So yeah, I think great pieces of art work like that. They speak to a lot of people at different levels and at different times.
Yeah. No, 100%. That's really interesting that you were able to see where you were emotionally, or I guess like how you felt maybe about yourself in the third person by going back and watching it again, you know, because and I tend to gravitate towards sad stuff too for some reason. I don't like sad music, sad shows or whatever. I just like that emotional gut punch, I guess. But I haven't seen that show, right? I definitely have felt that in the past, where it's kind of like, I was really obsessed with this thing that is kind of a downer, you know, or kind of like bleak in some ways, right? And it's like looking at yourself, you know, in a way, but in hindsight, which is impossible to do in the moment of, right? But, well, not impossible, but maybe a lot harder. And I'm with you that like rewatching things over and over is like, I've played Final Fantasy VII many times at this point, like probably 5 times now. And every time I grab something a little bit different, you know, it's like, oh, the politics that were going on, or the, you know, the commentary about death, or, you know, utilitarianism of, you know, valuing one life over many, like all these kinds of things I just grasp at different points in my life. And that's, this is going to launch us into like a larger topic, but like, to me, what that says is like, that's like proof that we're constantly evolving, right? Because the medium, or the content that's causing us to reflect on that isn't changing. It's impossible, right? It's out there, and it is what it is, and it continues to be that. But what we grasp from it differently every single time is just proof that we're, you know, dynamic beings, I guess.
Yeah. And it also speaks again to the level of the art that's in that content, because that doesn't change, yet it's all in there.
Yes,
but as we perceive that at different points in time, and we've changed, that piece of art has contained all of those. All of those perspectives are in there. Of course, we do fill in some gaps and perceive things that are not necessarily there, but again, it kind of speaks to great art that it has all of that stuff that is there to be witnessed and experienced, but it depends on the viewer a lot. So
yeah.
Briefly before we go into the last 2 questions, because I don't want to take up any more of your time here, but obviously the metal influences are pretty strong, at least in Monster Train 2 soundtrack, at least. Is there any sort of notable bands that have inspired you in that sort of metal front?
That's a really good question. I mean, I can speak to that broadly, but I don't know if I can speak to it for Monster Train 2, because that one was like, I wasn't listening to a lot of metal when I wrote that, and intentionally, because I didn't want it to latch on to any one thing, but I really like the prog stuff, and so I would say bands like Opeth and maybe Meshuggah, I guess, because the weird trippy rhythms. I'm I'm always a sucker for, you know, just
I was waiting for you to say that name.
oh, Meshuggah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's God, what is his name? Tomas Hawk. It was like one of the first drummers where I remember just seeing like some clinic of him or something online, and it was just about like different ways you could break up a bar of like a 4/4, basically. You know, a Tool would be another one that kind of scratches the same itch. You know, Danny Carey, like taking a four, like taking you know 4 bars of 4/4 and like completely making it sound like it's not. And I just kind of remember thinking like, this is how I want to, like, from a high level, you know, view, this is how I want to think about my compositions, is like essentially saying that drums are important, you know, which is not novel in itself, but just thinking about how the pulse really affects the feeling of a track, right? And most of Monster Train, honestly, is in 4/4 or 6/8. It's actually, I can say all of it is in 4/4 or 6/8. So I don't really do anything on like a overtly prog level, but within that, there's a lot of room to play, you know. So sorry, that was a long answer to your question, but you know, Meshuggah, Opeth, I think just texturally for me is like, I love that folk element to things. In fact, when I was playing a lot of guitar, it was mostly acoustic guitar, and I got a lot of that from listening to them. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Do you know the Deer Hunter? They're not really a metal band, but they do a lot of really, I would say, sort of theatrical stuff. You know, like just playing with different. Like, I know they're inspired by a lot of movies and plays and things like that. So there's a way that they sort of have fused in the strings and other elements into their writing that's also been pretty influential for me. I think those 3 is where I'm at.
Cool.
But
nice. Yeah, I can definitely hear that. I'm not super. I know like the others, except not Deer Hunter, although that sounds oddly distantly familiar. But I'm not super familiar with their work, but I know the kind of the general style. So
sure.
it did kind of. I was guessing that might be the case.
Yeah,
those
awesome.
are really cool groups. So
what about yours? If I can just flip that around real quick, because yours are harder for me to tell from listening to your music. I don't actually know if there's anything as, you know, blatantly there from the metal world, but we'd be curious if you have any.
Yeah, so I was like I guess I was trying to be a metalhead at one point when I was maybe, I don't know, like maybe 7th or 8th grade time. I was trying to be that because my friends, a lot of my friends were, and I thought it was cool, but eventually kind of realized that it was kind of not super my thing. But I did during that time listen to a bunch of stuff. I will say it's very difficult for me to find metal that I'm actually really into.
Sure.
And probably for me, the biggest things that I was really into was the orchestral metal stuff. Like a very notable mention would be Dimmu Borgir is, I don't know how you say that in, I mean, that's Norwegian probably anyway, but that their album, what was it called? Death Cult Armageddon was the album name. But that was like, when I heard that, I was like, which obviously now makes sense because I wanted to go into the orchestral direction. But that album, I think it was done with the London Symphonic Orchestra, if I remember correctly. But it's basically like big, epic metal with like genuinely fantastic orchestration, just beautiful stuff. And it just had this beautiful raw power extended with this a bit like ethereal orchestral soundscape in the back.
Mm-hmm.
So that was for me like, it's like, I could write this kind of music. And in fact, I do want to write an album like that at some point. But otherwise, like notable metal band mentions, there's frankly very little that I sort of maybe carried away from there.
What about
I did
non-metal
listen
bands?
to like,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, well, I did listen to Nightwish at some point. But I wouldn't say like their metal aspect was the thing that spoke to me the most about it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like take it for what it's worth. But I did listen to a lot of different type of metal, like folk metal, the progressive. I did try and Dream Theater. I think I liked the idea of it more than the actual. It was just like a bit too scattered for me, and a bit too all over the place. I mean, for like Liquid Tension Experiment is like some of the same guys, but that's sort of more technical and, well, no, that's not fair. That's sort of more straightforward in a way. And it was, I don't know how to describe it, but that was a lot of fun in a way. But I've never been super impressed by just high level playing. To me, it's like, it's really cool. I respect it a lot. It's really hard, but it needs to have some kind of a emotional thing that it does for me. Sometimes if it is intellectually kind of clever enough and stimulating, it can be super cool. But progressive metal was sort of a bit too all over the place and tried to be, again, too many things at the same time for me to be very into it. But yeah, but other bands beyond metal, again, I've never been a huge like band person, because a lot of bands have maybe one or two good tracks and that's it. I did like Muse a lot during my like sort of high school years. I think Absolution is, I haven't listened to it for a long time, but probably was a very solid record. But yeah, I've always been more like somebody who sees and hears bits that I like, and I take those and I appreciate them for what they are, and I try and integrate that into what I do. So I've never been a huge like this is my band,
right?
Or anything like that. So it's kind of hard to answer from that perspective. It really, composers tend to be more like, I can say again, Nobuo Uematsu is someone who I just like. It's very easy to say that he is super influential. So yeah, it tends to be like I'm more focused on composers, at least these days. But yeah, I'm not a very good fan in that way. Like, you know, I'm not like, I like, oh, this band is amazing. It's just like, I appreciate them for the good things that they are and do.
Yeah,
and
of course.
I try and learn from that and integrate.
Well, I mean, it's if you assume that everybody is that unique mix of stuff, it's like, are there really any bands that you can say are 100% the same? You know, like you appreciate 100% of what they do. Like maybe, but even within that, there's parts that you gravitate towards more than others, right? And you just take, like what you're saying, you just take the parts that you like. So I can appreciate that perspective for sure.
Yeah, but I would like to be a bit more better with my crediting. Like I'm not very good at retaining that information, and I think giving credit where it's due is super important.
Yeah,
and I want to do that as much as I can, but I'm not very good at sort of, I'm so focused on what I want to do that I'm not very good at tracking the trail of what inspired me to get there, apart from those few key mentions. But yeah, But before we actually close with the two questions, what's next in store for you? Like, what are you working on something right now, or what's in the horizon for you?
Um, well, I'm working on a couple small things, some things I can't talk about yet, but I think mindset wise, like I have been doing some digging lately, trying to figure out what um I guess what kind of projects I want to work on and what sort of ways I want to level up. So right now, um, I'm starting to think about picking up my guitar again and just playing more my acoustic guitar and incorporating more of that folk stuff back into things. I'm thinking about production, thinking about uh, basically all the kind of weaknesses in um, my current skill set, which includes things like orchestral is probably the most notable one. So I'm thinking about how I want to level that up and what kind of projects that leads me to. You know, I know it's a very vague answer, but just trying to
No, I don't think it's vague.
um, you know figure out what the next step is, so I'm not stagnating. You know, because that period of time that I mentioned a couple of years ago, where it was like I'm just making the same stuff over and over again, right? And it's okay because it's comfortable and I can do a good job with it. But there was a void, I think, in terms of my own growth, so now I'm just trying to be a little bit more intentional about identifying what those voids are and figuring out what to do about them. So
Yeah. Well, I hope you find what you're looking for, and is in case there's, I don't know. Like for me, a lot of good sample libraries can help in the orchestral realm. Like obviously, it doesn't in itself teach you orchestration or how to arrange for an orchestra, but I still find like playing around with them is
yeah.
super useful, especially when they're really playable. So in case if you're looking for certain libraries in that for that sort of a purpose, then I have some recommendations if you
Sure.
already don't have them
Yeah, no,
or
I would
you
love
know.
that. And there's a whole backlog of stuff from on your YouTube that I want to deep dive into, just some of the product reviews and things, just to see your take on it. Because that is exactly what we've been talking about this whole time, right? Is like it's not about the tools themselves. It's kind of like what you do with them. So yeah, I think that might be an important part of the next the next step is just seeing what other people do with the tools that they use, But anyway, I appreciate the offer.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's helped me a lot because it's like once you get your hands on, I'm sure you have many sample libraries already and they're orchestral, but um, yeah, it can when they're really good and especially good to play with, so you don't have to program for hours. That can really has taught me a lot about orchestral arrangement because, like,
Mhm.
you've listened to a lot of orchestral music, and in a way, that knowledge is in there. But like for me, that it was sort of downloaded in here, and then when I got my hands on it, I was like, "Oh, this is what does that," and then I could sort of
Yeah, yeah.
play around with it. But yeah, cool. Moving into the two last questions, we might be breaking the record for length for this
Oh, really?
podcast here
All
with
right,
this.
let's do it.
Yeah, which I personally love, but uh, but yeah, this I obviously these are the ones I sent you prior to filming here, so you can have a moment to think about it. But I, of course, always ask people what is their definition of an artist. So, and again, this doesn't have to be like a all-inclusive, completely exhaustive. What's the word? Exhaustive. Yes, answer. But do you have like a take on that you would like to explore, or what is your definition of that?
Yeah. I thought about this one for a bit. I actually would love to hear your answer after. But for me, I
Oh
think
no.
if you would like. But the for me, I think an artist is somebody that engages with the world around them to inform their some sort of output. And it's a very broad way of saying I think everybody kind of is an artist in their own way. Like, and I'll clarify what I mean just a little bit here is like, like when you're little, you think an artist is like a painter or like a, like a visual artist, right? And, or at least I did, right? I would think an artist is someone that makes sculptures or makes paintings or something like that. And it wasn't until later that somebody said like, oh, what kind of artists do you like with regard to music? And I was like, oh, I've never actually heard that before. Like music artists. I kind of like that, Um, and I started thinking that like the 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 through line between what 5-year-old me called an artist and what I guess now I see myself as is like you're just taking like ingesting kind of the world around you and making something new by filtering it through yourself, and so I started thinking about like all the ways that that's true. It's like chefs are artists and bakers are artists, and I was reading this book the other day that was saying like even people who like go a different route to commute to work to avoid traffic is like a form of art because like they sort of say, oh, well, I can't go this way because I'll get stuck in traffic, so I'm gonna like invent something new like in my morning ritual to kind of, I don't know, save me time or something like that, right? And it's basically just what it boils down to me is like an artist is anybody that's able to synthesize what's happening on around them and create something from it. And by nature of filtering it through the unique, sauce of who they are, right? Is to me is art, and artists are people that make that. So, but what do you
Yeah,
think?
that's that's actually like what you said about if you say somebody say I'm an artist, then you might think, oh, they're in some attic somewhere painting or sculpting something,
Mm-hmm.
which is what probably is. This might be generational because I would be interested in hearing like younger people now sort of talk about what their perception of that term is, or like what the connotation is to that word, because obviously people talk about musical artists a lot more these days than they did when you and I were younger. But so because in a way, if I think about an artist, like you said, you sort of realized that, hey, this applies to these musical artists as well. It's like a different, when you think about that artist, that's almost a different, it has the same letters, but it feels or seems a completely different thing to the artist who sculpts or paints. I don't know if that's your perception of it, but to me, it's like people almost use it in the musical context without thinking that it's the same word. It's like, oh, I listen to these artists,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't think about it. This is an artist. This like it's just a musician who, I don't know if you find that to be true at all, but my perception seems to be that people use it very lightly without connecting the dots in between. I don't know, that's an interesting topic of its own. Uh, yeah, I mean, I love this question because it kind of, people have very different answers, and they focus on very different aspects of artistry. Uh, so, and again, the obsessive side of me wants to give a completely exhaustive answer to this, but I think again, I often say this, but anything can be done artfully, and doing so is called artistry. And because I think you can, like you talked about martial arts earlier, obviously that has the word art there,
Mm-hmm.
but I think there's a version of doing martial arts where you're just doing the movements and you're kind of, a bit maybe muscling your way through it and not doing it with a high, no, you're not doing it at a high level. And they're like, if you are doing it at a high level, you are an artist. Like if you look at some of the MMA fighters, they are artists. You have to be. You can't do fighting at that level without getting to the form of art, because you have to be creative. You have to be smart. You have to be obviously competent in the techniques and your physicality in a number of ways. But it's impossible to do it at a high level without being super, super creative, being an artist. I think you can be an artist if you are playing soccer, for example. Again, you can play soccer at a good level and not be creative, not take it to that ingenious level where you do incredible tricks, or you read the game creatively somehow, and you make a solution that is, when people see it, they go like, oh my God. Like I love ice hockey, and sometimes you just see these incredible technical feats, yes, but also like there's a beautiful pass, there's a beautiful connection that nobody saw.
Right.
And you're like, oh my God, there's like beauty in that. It's so perfect and it's so creative that like beauty is a big part of artistry, I think. Once you see, because beauty is so difficult to generate, it's so difficult to achieve. But when that level of beauty is achieved at something, then you're at the level of artistry. I think you can be an artist, like you could do business at a very super creative level. I think you can be an artist in business. Obviously, I think you can be an artist in music. You can be an artist in like growing a garden, for example, or tuning a car, or building a car, even, of course. But yeah, I think it's a level of it's a question of level. It's a question of depth, and if at that sort of high performance level, no, I think you can. So okay, this this is a very complicated thing. I think you can be an artist in the making, and you can be an artist, like an aspiring artist. But whether you actually achieve a level that is art to other people, that's a different question. So I do absolutely think you can be an artist in the sense that you're pursuing it, but you might not be good enough to be at the level where you put something out and other people go like, holy shit, that's good. So I think that's also a differentiation that I want to make, because I don't want to discourage anybody from, like, if they think I'm an artist but I'm not at that level, so okay, Markus thinks I'm not an artist, I'm going to give this up. Like, I'm going to give up. That's not what I want, obviously. But again, that's a distinction. You have to also realize that you might not be able to deliver at the level that other people are going to perceive as artistry, but you can still be an artist in pursuit. You can be an artist in the making. But I think that's probably, kind of my default answer by now.
No, it's a good answer. I mean, it answers something important too, which is the relationship between the artist and the audience, right? Like, if somebody says, "Wow, that's really impressive," and they get inspired, I think that's also a part of it too. Is like, because it might inspire them to make something of their own, right? And like, I think a lot of us that are in creative fields have drawn inspiration from several moments and several people that say, well, I want to do that, right? Like, I mean, we've mentioned so many of them just on this call, right? But there is that kind of, like, I know we said like the why should be to do it for yourself and the sort of fulfillment of all that, and I think that that's still true. But to me, what you said speaks to a really important part of what making music is for me. Just as an example, is like, it's about the relationship of maybe putting something out there in the world that inspires other people, because that's what happened to me. when I played Final Fantasy VII and all these things, right? So yeah, I'll have to think about that a little bit more. But I like what you said about that, because it's those little moments of awe and inspiration, I think, that get people to start or pursue pursue something. So
yeah, and until you get to a level that other people can also appreciate and recognize, I think you can sort of again be like, in a beautiful way, you can be an artist to yourself, because it's possible to discover that beauty and see that beauty in your own growth process. Like you said earlier, like, so for example, if you take my toddler and he's drawing with pens or crayons, he might be trying to draw a car with a red crayon, and one day he realizes, wait a minute, there's a blue crayon there. What if I draw the car with the blue crayon? And he does that. He's like, holy shit, that's a car, but it's blue. And then maybe he realizes I can combine the two. Like, it's a discovery for him. And it is like, for him, that is that's an artistic discovery experience. It's not impressive to somebody who knows that already and has gone through that. But there is, beauty and art for him in that process. And I think that's important to understand, that we're all that crayon using kid in some way.
Yeah.
We might just be higher or further along the road, but that's also like I said, I enjoy the process of doing it on my own so much that I just keep on going regardless. But that's an important thing to also understand, that, like you said, a part of you wants to inspire and influence other people positively. Of course, we want to do that, because if that wasn't the case, we wouldn't do. How do I want to say this? It's like a part of you recognizes that this is beautiful and interesting to me because it's true for other people as well. Like, it's one thing for, if you lived in a completely isolated box, then it would be one thing to create things that were meaningful to yourself alone. I don't have the ability to articulate what I'm trying to say here, but my point is, like, even when we're writing stuff for ourselves, it's still that we know that it links to something that is true for other people in life as well. That's what makes it also so beautiful and truthful. But yeah, we're all trying to create something that inspires and speaks to other people. But until you do use the momentum of the art speaking to you to sort of get there, because you might have to have those crayon discoveries multiple times before you get to a point where you can create something that other people can appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's like I'm sorry, like, I know this is going along, but it's like, what if your 3-year-old drew something with the red and the blue crayon and made a purple car, right? And for no other reason other than just to do it, not because, not to share or anything like that. But then your 1-year-old is like, whoa, what's that color? And they saw how it got made, and then they try to do the same thing, right? It's like, it can be inspirational to the right person under the right circumstances, whether you want it to be or not. Like you were saying to me, it's like, the melodies in your music reminded me of either newer Final Fantasies or Final Fantasy VI, right? And I hadn't played much of either of those, but there's no way that I could ever anticipate that you would have said that or heard that in my music, right? But the fact that you did is like strictly because I released that snapshot of where I was on my creative journey, as an album, And so I think it's like, comes back to, for whatever reason you do the art, or for whoever you're doing it for, whether it's yourself or, someone else, it's like just doing it and putting it out there is kind of like the best service, I guess you could do to yourself, right? Because like if we're constantly changing, like we were saying with replaying, or you rewatching True Detective and seeing it in a different light, if you know that means that you're changing, like it's really great that you watched that show and came to that conclusion, like I relate to this character in that moment in time, because you don't feel that way now, right? But only in doing that, like I would almost say that that's art, right? It's like you watched that show and you came to a conclusion of like, I like this character because I relate to them. And then like many years later, you're able to like look back at that little, like, I guess if the art is the realization that you had back then, you're able to look back at that piece of art and reflect on it, Whereas if you didn't, if you didn't make that come to that conclusion, you might not have been able to do that. And so, and you told me about it, right? So if I go and I watch that show and I say, oh, okay, well, I know Markus like resonated with this character, like I might, I don't know, draw some inspiration or think some thoughts that I might not have otherwise if you hadn't told me about it, and I kind of think that's to me, that's like the beauty that you mentioned, is sort of like whether or not you thought that like, let's say it becomes my favorite show of all time, because you told me that and I was like, oh, that's such an amazing thing. You may not have thought like, oh, this is a beautiful moment that I could use to inspire other people. I just happened to mention it in a podcast, If that like completely changed my world, like without you knowing it, that would be a pretty awesome thing, right? And so it's kind of like maybe we just have all these little ripple effects, on people, unbeknownst to us or not. And the only way to, I guess, ensure that maybe there's some good that we put back out into the world is just keep releasing either our music or ideas or whatever, because you're right, it is about the relationship and the people's perception, right? Does that kind of make sense?
Like, I 100% agree. And that's like you have to partake in life. You have to take the chance, take the shot, do the things that you want to do, because that's one of the, that's creation. It's like I could have given up on this podcast multiple times. I could have not sent you the email to ask if you want to be on here. It's like you just got to take the chances and keep creating. And what you said about releasing your music, I've talked about this too, like to no end, or like I've talked about this a lot on this podcast, the importance of releasing your music, because like you said, you will not progress until you you will always change. That's guaranteed for sure. But in terms of progressing, like I always mention the person who has the album on their hard drive for 5 or 10 years.
Right.
And maybe they never release it, maybe they do. But if you release it after 10 years, that's going to be the you 10 years ago. Instead, if you release that album in 6 months, you would have released it, you would have seen the impact, you would have actually learned what that music is like, because when it's exposed to other people, you begin to see it for what it truly is. Until you do that, you cannot do that, because if it's only in your head, you can always change your perspective on it. You can always explain to yourself that the music is something that it's not. But when the rubber meets the road, when other people hear it, then you're like, oh shit, I actually realize what it is now. So I think you have to keep releasing as often as you can, so that you get optimal growth. If you want to grow as far as you want, like as far as you ideally can, then you would want to move as fast as possible while still feeling like you can maintain, artistic integrity. But yeah, I forgot one point that you mentioned relating to this. But yeah, it's super important to keep releasing, because that's like, if you compare it to life in general, again, like you touched on, It's like you have to partake in life. You can't just, sit on the bench. Whether it's, releasing music and then learning through that, becoming a better musician, a better composer, a better artist. The same thing for life. Like, don't just sit on the bench of life and wait for someone to put you in the game. Like, you just got to go and actually play the game. And I think all of us do this to some extent. There's something we should be doing, something we should be addressing, but we're not. We're just like kind of sitting on the bench and I don't know, waiting for someone else to push us onto the field or something akin to that. But yeah, the more you can create, the more you can partake, the better your life is.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Cool. Last question.
Cool.
If you could send a message to everyone's smartphone in the world, it's gonna hit the lock screen of everybody's phone, so they have to look at it in order for them to be able to unlock the phone. You can send a message there. You can send anything there, other than plug your own music. What would you? what would you send?
Gosh, I wish I had thought of just plugging my own channels. That would have been the keeper.
That would be a solid choice for sure.
No,
assuming it's some kind of a message or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so the one that I kind of kept landing on for this one is just start. Like, that can mean, I guess, whatever you want it to mean, but for me, it's like every time I've talked myself out of going down a path, like all the most important moments in my life, which we don't have to go into here, but I guess one of the bigger ones being the decision to pursue the path that I'm on. All were like, because I waited so long that it felt too painful not to do it. If that makes sense.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, people don't like change. Well, I don't know, some people might, but I don't like change. I don't like uncertainty and living with anxiety about how things are going to go or whether it's going to work out or whatever, But every time I push myself to do something, whether it's by choice or because I would, kind of get forced into doing it, I always look back and I'm like, man, I wish I just did it sooner. So that would be my little message to the world is like, go on that trip that you always wanted to go on, do that thing that you always thought about doing, release that album that has been sitting in your hard drive for 5 years. It's just like, just start, and like, I mean, you probably know this because you lift, but it's like most of the times, like the hardest part is just like getting yourself to the gym in the first place. It's like once you're there, it's actually, you're like, oh yeah, I love this, or oh yeah, it's very therapeutic. It's like all these kinds of things, but sometimes you just talk yourself out of going. And for whatever reason, like that little mental barrier applies to like a lot of things in my life, even seemingly easy things like, oh, I should reply to this person's email or something like that, and just start, I didn't want to say just do it because that's something else, but once you kind of start, I think you'll, a lot of things that might seem difficult or have a lot of resistance are not so terrible, So.
Yeah. Well, that's starting is the hardest part. It's funny how, in the laws of physics, if you want to get an object into motion, the hardest part is getting the ball rolling or the object in motion. But once it's in motion, it's far easier to keep it in motion. And, or like a rocket, if you have to shoot it into space, that most of the energy is spent to get the rocket, like the first, I don't remember what the distance was, but like it obviously the higher it goes, the less of the energy in the rocket it takes to get it to get out. So that's
Yeah.
the same thing psychologically as well. I'm sure there's like a deeper like physics or chemistry or some kind of connection there. It's not just coincidence, I don't think. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's once you get, I mean, all of us are doing things every single day that were hard at some point. Like either as a kid, it was hard for you to, tie your shoes or brush your teeth or do whatever else. So we're already doing a lot of those things, and even at an adult age, we're doing things that we started as an adult, and now we're doing them with relative ease or ease.
Mhm.
So it's simply a matter of, like you said, you gotta face those fears that are preventing you from just doing the thing. And there's a number of things that play into that, and all kinds of psychological and other reasons why we don't do things. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would.
An endless number of I don't want to say excuses because that sounds judgmental, but it's like an endless number of reasons, justifications, I guess we could have to not do something.
And a lot of it boils down to fear. So
Yeah, absolutely.
uh,
What's yours? What would your message to the world be, to the smartphones, all the millions of billions of smartphones around the world?
I've been dreading this day when somebody asks me that.
Nobody's
I've
asked you?
literally given it. I've literally given it no thought, and nobody has asked
Oh,
me
okay.
ever. Yeah, I really don't have a good answer to that. I think something akin to that theme that you said, I would try and boil it down to some kind of a fundamental, but yeah, like some kind of a fundamental truth of that sort, because like you said, we live in these sort of mini mental prisons with certain things. There's no actual physical, tangible reason why we don't do the thing that we're supposed to do. Honestly, I might link it to love somehow, because I think about love a lot in terms of everybody. Well, no, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people have someone in their life who they truly love. And, if that person was speaking the kind of shit that you speak to yourself about yourself, they would smack you in the face, or it's like never speak about yourself like that. Like you wouldn't accept it. It's like, yes, you're a flawed person just like everybody else is, but don't have that kind of inner monologue about yourself. Don't speak about yourself in that kind of horrible way. And I think if people were able to flip that perspective onto themselves and think about themselves as if they were someone they loved very, very much, I think the world would be very, very different. And I think a lot of people, when they are exposed to that perspective, go like, that's a good point. I would obviously try and put it in an elegant way somehow. But I think people not loving themselves is a very, very cruel thing. And I think people thinking about it from the perspective of looking at someone who they love talking about themselves in a horrible way that they talk about themselves might help them stop doing that and start actually loving themselves, because unfortunately most people don't. And it's quite understandable, because we know all of our flaws, not all of them, but we know a lot of them, and we know the things that we've done wrong, and all the ways, well, not all, but a lot of the ways in which we have fallen short of being our ideal self. So it's understandable that people don't love themselves. But despite that, I think they deserve it. And I think that's the best way forward. So I would probably try and say that in some way.
Yeah. I mean, I think you said it. That's great. I mean, it's especially artists, I guess like people who are in creative fields. Um, they they can sort of be kind of hard on themselves, and even if it's on their work, like but that work feels like an extension of the self. It's kind of like my mix is trash, or like just the little things that we use to beat ourselves up every day. Um, you know, it's a good reminder. I guess is what I'm saying. Because if somebody else said that to you, it'd be like, wow, that hurts. Um,
Yeah.
So why is it so easy for you to kind of beat yourself up in the same way? Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Cool.
So,
all right. Well, obviously we're going to link everything, all your social media, etc., in the description so people can check it out. But is there a place where you would want to guide people to check out you or your music or anything else?
no place in particular. I'm kind of just at Jordan Chin Music in all the places you might expect. You know, but yeah, no one place in particular. So, but yeah, if you do check it out, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and like I said, I think everybody should check out your music. It's the one I got to listen to the most was the Monster Train 2 soundtrack, which I thought was fantastic. So
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
personally recommend that. There's so much we barely scratched the surface. There's so much I want to ask from you and do that. I love all the tangents, so no regrets. This was fantastic, and time flew, and it's probably the longest podcast I've ever done, but
Yeah.
I love it. To me, that's
Thanks for
exactly the
sticking with
way
it. Yeah, no, I've never done a
No, my
long
pleasure.
format thing like this before. But it was, had a great time. So thanks again for having me and for
Yeah, my
opening up,
pleasure. And
about all that stuff. Sorry.
yeah, and I hope we can hopefully do a round 2 someday in the future, so we can actually get to all the other points I never got to ask you.
Yeah.
But there are a lot more questions to be asked. Actually, if you're open to one last question,
Sure.
I saw you had a dog.
Oh yeah. I do have a dog.
Henley.
Yeah. Henley. He's
Okay.
my little lab. He's he's a good boy.
Okay, nice. I love labs. What is the biggest thing Henley has taught you about
Oh,
life
okay.
or anything else?
That is a deep last question.
It's deeper, more difficult than what is an artist and what message would you send to every person in the world?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, so I've never had a pet before growing up. This is the first pet that I've had. But and it's taught me a lot. I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind is kind of like what it means to give unconditional love. Like I think as children, like from our parents or our friends, like we may receive it, but I don't have any kids of my own yet, and so Henley is kind of where I direct that energy, and have learned, I guess, how to, he does a lot of stuff that pisses me off too, but it's like, how do you still continue to, to love them, and even if they, like pee on the carpet or, whatever the case may be, all these like kind of little things that are really inconsequential, in the grand scheme of things, you kind of, you learn what it feels like to give that. And yeah, with somebody said something to me the other day, which is like, Henley is like a pet that I have in my life, someone that I come home to, and and feed and do all these things, but like I am his entire life, essentially. And when you put it into perspective that way, it's like, wow, that's, you know, um, it hits a little different, like, because everything that you do is magnified tenfold, right? And so, that would be maybe the first lesson I think that comes to mind from having him. And he's 8 now, so we've had him for a while. But yeah, he's taught me a lot. Also, just kind of keep smiling. I don't know if this is all dogs or what, but like no amount of like harm or bad or anything that happens to them like phases them for that long. Like even if they're kind of bummed out because like they didn't get fed, whatever food you're eating that night or something like that, within like a minute, they're just happy to be there, again. So that's another maybe secondary lesson too.
Awesome.
Do you have
Beautiful.
pets
or? We don't. I mean, for now we have plenty work with the 2 kids. But
yeah.
I mean, we both love dogs, so we would definitely want to have one day. But I think maybe once they're a bit older and they can take responsibility, maybe it's a good way to actually teach that to them. So, and when the kids aren't so, they don't demand so well. I mean, that's the thing. When they change and grow older, the demands just change. But I don't know. Maybe if they're older, there's less physically that you need to do around the house, and like it's different. So maybe if they're older, we'll get a dog. Hopefully, we had a dog when I was a kid, and he was like my best friend. Even when you don't even think about those kind of things, I just knew in my heart that he was my best friend, and I was kind of a lonely kid. So I would just go. He would sit on our porch a lot, and I would just go to him and talk with him for a long time, and I would pet him, and so he was my best friend back then. And yeah, that was really sad. It's really, really sad to lose a dog. So that's tough for anybody who's gone through it, knows what that's like. But
Yeah.
or I'm sure it's not difficult to imagine when you have a dog as well. But yeah, I would one day again would love to have. We love dogs a lot, so
Yeah,
makes sense that we would get one.
for sure. Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that. That's beautiful. It's like they they always listen, like even when you talk to them, say anything. I don't know if he understands, but he kind of gets it. He I talk to my dog too, be like, yeah, that's awesome. And I hope that your kids can understand what that's like too, at some point, whenever it makes sense, it would be, because that's the one thing that I always wish I had growing up was a dog. And cats too, I guess. I'm super allergic to cats for some reason, so it was always a dog. But like, I always kind of wanted that, when I was growing up. So I think it would be special if you found a way to do it.
Yeah, no, for sure. They bring a lot to life, and they teach a lot. And you take care of the dog, but they certainly take care of you in many ways as well. So it's a beautiful relationship that you can have with a special animal. Animals are all different. I think dogs are, in many ways, very uniquely good at pairing with human beings. So
he's also in all the video games that I've done. As a little side note, I've sampled his bark in like most of the games that I've done. It's kind of a funny little tidbit. But
nice.
Yeah, no, he's great. No, thanks for asking.
Cool. Awesome. Beautiful. Well, we'll call it here. And again, thanks for taking the time, especially this time, because this was a long,
long podcast. Thanks to you as well. No, really, I had a great time.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. And it's just, it's good to talk about these kinds of things, almost the meta conversation of what we do, right? Because you think it, but you might not always articulate it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I really like what you're doing with the podcast, and I've actually got a bunch of episodes that I've bookmarked as ones that I want to see and go through, but I'm still working my way through it, through the backlog. But yeah, keep it up.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for the support. And yeah, like I said, it would be nice to do a round 2 someday in the future, because there's still a lot to that I want to learn from you. And pleasure getting to know you also. And hopefully we can stay in touch and see if we can help each other in whatever myriad of ways that creatives can. But yeah, very nice getting to know you.
Yeah, likewise, Markus. Really appreciate it.